could ever run as a ticket. I'm going to walk you through 13 policy issues where Donald and Hillary have the very same views. Let's start with the area of jobs. My number one priority is jobs, bringing back jobs and economic growth. Bringing manufacturing jobs back to the state of Indiana. Raising wages for the hardworking men and women of this country. But it's interesting, last week, Donald Trump went on national television and said, yes, we should increase jobs. Well, that's a great idea. Increase taxes. That's a great idea if you want to kill jobs. If I'm president, we're going to cut taxes. Second critical area under jobs, Donald and Hillary both support the Obamacare individual mandate. Both of them think it's a terrific idea. Now, if you care about jobs, you know that Obamacare is the biggest job killer in America. And as president, I will repeal every word of Obamacare. A third area where Donald and Hillary get it wrong on jobs is immigration. Both Donald and Hillary believe that illegal immigrants who are here should be able to become U.S. citizens. Now, Donald thinks that we should fly them back to their home country first, but then let them in, right back in, and make them U.S. citizens. Let me tell you what I'm going to do as president. We're going to stop amnesty, secure the borders, end sanctuary cities, and end welfare benefits for those here illegally. But let's talk about freedom, the fundamental freedoms of the Bill of Rights. Amen. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both support taxpayer funding for Planned Parenthood. Indeed, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both describe Planned Parenthood as terrific. As president, I will instruct the Department of Justice to open an investigation into Planned Parenthood. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both supported Bill Clinton's national ban on many of the most important firearms in America. As president, I will defend the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both believe we should negotiate with Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer and the Democrats on Supreme Court nominations. I give my word to the people of Indiana and the people of America that every justice I appoint to the court will be a principled constitutionalist. And unlike Donald and Hillary, I will not compromise away your religious liberty. And Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both agree that grown men should be allowed to use the little girl's restroom. Now let me say, it is just common sense. This isn't a matter of right or left or Democrat or Republican. This is basic common sense that grown adult men, strangers, should not be alone in a bathroom with a little girl. And yet Donald and Hillary care more about the PC police than they do about speaking the truth on basic common sense. Let's talk about security. The 8th policy issue, where Donald and Hillary's views are identical, is Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both believe the U.S. government should be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. As president, I will not be neutral. We will stand with Israel. The 9th area they agree is Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton have both said they would keep this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal in place. As president, I will rip to shreds this nuclear deal with Iran.
It is 8 p.m. on the East Coast, where polls have now closed in 5 states, and Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win at least 3 of them: Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut in the Republican presidential primaries, based on Fox exit polls. In fact, Trump is on track to win north of 50% of the vote in each of those states, something he has only done once before, last week in New York.
On the Democratic side, Fox can also project that former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton will beat Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders in Maryland. Mrs. Clinton is also leading Sanders in Pennsylvania, although Fox exit polls show that it is too early to project a winner in that state or in Connecticut. Now, there are no exit polls in Delaware or Rhode Island, so we have to wait until actual vote counts start to come in before the Fox News decision desk can project winners in either party in either one of those states. I want to go now to Trump Tower in New York City, where the celebration is on, and our own chief political correspondent Carl Cameron is there live. Carl?
Hi, Megan. Well, here at Trump Tower, they're looking for yet another decisive set of wins. The Trump campaign believes that he can sweep all 5 of the contests tonight, and since we've called the other 3, that leaves Rhode Island and Delaware outstanding, and those were states where Trump believes he has a very, very strong campaign. It's interesting to note that as we were watching Ted Cruz make his remarks a short while ago, he, much the same way John Kasich has been arguing, made the case that Donald Trump can't be the nominee because he cannot defeat Hillary Clinton. Well, tonight the Trump campaign is going to pivot, and Donald Trump is expected to begin to take on Hillary Clinton as a general election presumptive nominee. He's begun to do it in recent weeks, but has said in each occasion that he hasn't really started in on her, meaning the former Secretary of State. Tonight he intends to do that, and it's meant as sort of a shot at both Cruz and Kasich for their alliance. Trump says it's another example of political cronyism, the crooked nature of the nomination process that he's been complaining about for the last 2 months. So tonight, look for Donald Trump to play hard against Hillary Clinton, pivot away from Ted Cruz and John Kasich, except with the sort of standardized derision that he has given the 2 of them for this alliance, trying to stop him in Indiana, Oregon, New Mexico, and probably in California. And it's entirely likely that on June 7th, when California votes, that will be the only day we'll be sure to know whether or not Trump can clinch the nomination beforehand. If he wins all 5 tonight and gets the 90 to 95 delegates that he expects out of the 118 that are up for grabs here in these 5 states, he'll be on track to do that. But he also has to get a good percentage of the Pennsylvania unbound delegates. There are 54 of them, and by the Trump campaign's calculation, if he gets about 2/3, somewhere between 30 and 35 of those 54 delegates, he will be on a pace to clinch the nomination before the convention and shut Kasich and Cruz up for good. Megan?
Carl, thank you.
Nice job with the echoing Carl Cameron in Trump Tower as Fox is on there. Let's get back to the panel. Steve Hayes, Dana Perino, Juan Williams joins us now, Charlie Hurt, and Dana Lash back with us. Okay. Charlie, no, not a real surprise, because we saw in the polls going in Donald Trump having a big lead. But if it holds that he has 50% plus and maybe high 50s in these states tonight, what does that tell you?
Well, certainly it looks like it's going to be a very good night for Donald Trump. A problem that Ted Cruz has right now is that, before the Utah race, he urged John Kasich to get out because he had no mathematical chance of actually cinching the nomination. And now, it appears, that Donald Trump can make the exact same argument to Ted Cruz and to John Kasich, and they basically are going to have to make the argument to Republicans and to their supporters that they, why they should go on from here, because they do not have any path except to go to a brokered convention. And if we learned nothing else from the big autopsy that we did after the 2012, it's that brokered conventions where you're talking about delegates do not pick good general election nominees. General election nominees should come from popular votes in primaries.
Well, except Eisenhower, 52.
That was great. And that was back before.
Lincoln. Juan, what we're seeing tonight, as opposed to this sort of never Trump movement, which we've seen in many states, is more of a never Cruz decision in at least Maryland, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. Those who say they would not vote for Trump in Maryland, 26%. Would not vote for Cruz there, 30%. Those who say I would not vote for Trump, 25% in Connecticut, 41% say that about Cruz. In Pennsylvania, 22% say would not vote for Trump, 37% say that about Ted Cruz. And so the question is, does this reflect, do you think, the beginnings of a shift in the Republican Party, or is this just, as Cruz was suggesting, the Northeast, more liberal Republicans?
Well, I think that he's right. It is more Northeastern and more liberal Republicans. I don't think there's any getting away from that. But I think that what you're seeing here is emblematic of a broader shift. You really are down now, in many minds, to Trump versus Cruz. And I think that you have evidence here of the fracture between the two. That people who are Trump supporters, and he's winning big in all the states we just cited, are saying, I'm not even going to consider Ted Cruz. Usually we've been having the discussion in terms of, I won't consider Donald Trump. Well, Cruz is now of such a profile that he's getting some of that heat right now, tonight, and I think it's illuminating the divide in the party.
Dana Lash, Ted Cruz, we just heard him in that speech we cut off at the top of the hour to give you these results. He's starting to make these policy cases where he's linking Donald Trump to Hillary Clinton. It doesn't seem to be sticking, at least not yet, if you look at all of these states. Now, these states don't line up for him tonight, but it seems like he needs another debate. He needs something else to be able to stick these landing points on policy.
Well, I think another debate would be helpful, particularly now that the primary field is down to really 2 people, but 3 people for all intents and purposes. And you could actually go into long form with some of these candidates' answers. But in terms of the results from these states, I don't think Trump would carry these states in a general election. No Republican is going to carry these states in a general election. And I think we should be focusing on policy instead of populist talking points. I mean, as somebody who's been out protesting since 2009, we've been talking about getting away from the populist rhetoric of somebody like Barack Obama and focusing on actual policy, trade policy, immigration, jobs, real issues that Americans care about and categorizes in their top 5 in exit polls.
Steve, Cruz is not exactly coalescing the Republican Party either, right? Donald Trump may not be doing it exactly. Neither is Cruz, never mind Kasich.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
But just to follow up, there are still many Republicans who say that is why they need to stop Trump on the first ballot, and if they get to the second or the third ballot, they need to fly in the white knight.
Yeah, I still don't think there's going to be much of a serious talk about flying in the white knight until, if it gets close to seeing Donald Trump get the nomination, then maybe you'll have more talk about third-party candidate. These were states going in that were supposed to be good for Donald Trump. The polling coming in, Pennsylvania, he was plus 20, Maryland plus 21, Connecticut plus 26, Rhode Island plus 29, and Delaware plus 37. So we expected Donald Trump to do well. I think the Cruz campaign is right to point out that there is more favorable ground ahead. But in terms of this question, Cruz has constantly said, I want a one-on-one with Donald Trump. Republicans and conservatives are coalescing around me. You're right. It doesn't appear that that's the case.
Mm-hmm. Dana, Bernie Sanders is telling Andrea Mitchell at NBC that he will stay in this race until the last vote is cast.
Tonight?
That's what he told
Kidding, Bernie. Stay in. I mean, it's entertaining. There are mixed messages coming from his campaign. It's almost like the staffers inside the campaign that are talking to the press are saying, "We're getting out," and meanwhile, he and his wife are saying, "Oh no, we are in. You're going to stay and finish this meal. You're not going to get up and leave the table." I also think it's very good strategy for Donald Trump to go after Hillary Clinton. I said yesterday, just ignore Cruz and Kasich. If you think they're that inconsequential, and show the Republicans that you can take her on one-on-one. We'll see what he does tonight. I think that would be a good strategy for him.
Panel, stand by if you would. Let's head over to the Clinton campaign now. Fox News again projecting Hillary Clinton has won Maryland and is leading in Pennsylvania. Ed Henry is live from Philadelphia. Ed.
Brett, good to see a big cheer went up when Fox and other networks called Maryland for Hillary Clinton. They believe she may sweep all 5 states tonight. She already went to Indiana today, which votes next Tuesday. They feel good about their prospects there. Bernie Sanders tonight went to West Virginia. They don't vote for 2 more weeks. It gives you an idea how the momentum is shifting against him. By the end of tonight, Hillary Clinton may have roughly 90% of the delegates she needs to seal this nomination. They feel very good in the Clinton camp tonight. The only real question moving forward, Brett, is going to be whether or not he can get Bernie Sanders and, more importantly, his supporters energized behind her candidacy for November. They have already had a lot of tension going back and forth, but Clinton closer and closer to sealing this nomination. 90 days from tonight, right here in Philadelphia, the Democratic convention starts. Brett?
You know, Ed, really quickly, I saw Hillary Clinton on with Rachel Maddow. We played the soundbite earlier where she was passionately saying, "I am winning, I am." And how much will this campaign really try to push Bernie Sanders out of this race?
They're trying very hard not to directly do it, but they're having people close to the campaign do it. David Plouffe tweeting, for example, the former Obama campaign manager who has now endorsed Hillary Clinton, that is fraud for Bernie Sanders to continue to raise money when he knows his mathematical chance of winning is becoming slim and none. They are pressuring him very subtly to get out, Brett.
Ed Henry live in Philadelphia. He had a segue and he didn't even know it.
Want to go live now to David Plouffe, who's the former White House senior advisor to President Obama. David, great to see you tonight. So let's just start with this. Do you believe that that this is locked up on either side?
On the Democratic side, it's been locked up for months, really. So, you know, Hillary Clinton's going to strengthen that delegate lead tonight. So I'm sure Sanders will stay in till June. Hopefully he'll, you know, sort of tone down some of his attacks. I think on the Republican side, it's in Donald Trump's control. So now his campaign organizationally could screw up a one-car funeral. So he may still not do as well as he should in some of the states in May. And, you know, in these state conventions, he's done a terrible job organizationally. He's losing delegates that he gained on Election Day in the primaries. But he's in control of his destiny, which is an amazing thing.
What do you think the odds are on the GOP side of a contested convention?
Well, the question is, he may not enter it with 1237, but let's say he has 1130 or 1150. Is he going to be denied? I've always thought if he got that close, it's hard to deny him. I think but maybe he falters and maybe he enters with 1050 or 1075. But it's between Trump and Cruz, in my view. Mm-hmm. You're not going to go pick a white knight who didn't run or John Kasich who ran in one state. It's going to be Trump or Cruz. I think that's what this has come down to. And at the end of the day, Trump has, I think, a super strong position. And again, if he can figure out how to land the plane, and that's a big challenge for a campaign like his, it's going to be a Trump-Clinton matchup.
Let's talk about that. How, you know, you've had differing views on that potential matchup over the past year. How do you view it now?
Well, I've said since way back, we have a Super Tuesday, it seems every Tuesday, but way back in March, that it was going to be Trump-Clinton. You know, listen, I'd be the first one to say a year ago, I think none of us believed Trump would have this kind of staying power. But I think right now, he's in the dominant position. And again, he's got to secure all the delegates he's gained through the elections he's already won and do as well as he should in the states coming up. In that race, listen, I still believe that the most likely scenario is Clinton wins by a significant margin. But But, Trump is unpredictable, and he could make this closer. I think with Cruz, you have a much more manageable race if you're Clinton. He's not going to lose by 10 points, but it's a very predictable race, and I think in a way a race that's much more easier to conduct day to day.
What do you make of Trump's claim that he will turn blue states red, states like New York, states like Missouri, other states?
Well, Missouri, we lost it in 12, almost won it in 8. So that's probably going to be a red state. New York, that's insanity. I mean, Hillary Clinton's going to win New York by a comfortable margin.
Michigan was what I meant to say.
Yeah, I don't see Michigan or Pennsylvania. Right now, it would take amazing contortions to have Donald Trump or Ted Cruz put either of those two states in play. It's possible in Iowa, Wisconsin. Those are states that maybe Trump could overperform a little bit in. But Michigan and Pennsylvania right now they were solid Obama states. They weren't close really either one of them. And again, to win a state like Pennsylvania or Michigan, it would take historically bad Democratic turnout and historically strong Republican performance with independents. And at the end of the day, I think Trump is going to hemorrhage support in some suburban areas, even if he picks them up in some more rural and blue-collar areas.
Do you have faith in his ability to drive her favorables way down?
No, he'll probably drive them up by comparison. I think at the end of the day, the comparison with Trump should help her. I think she'll enjoy that matchup. I think she'll campaign with maybe more relish than she has to date. Politics, it's always better when you have a competition and you're not judged on your own. So at the end of the day, I know, listen, Trump will run a tough race. He'll say anything about anyone to anyone. And that's hard to deal with. The old rules don't apply about, what would be appropriate for a nominee of a major party to say. He'll say anything, and then you'll have to cover it because he's the Republican nominee. So that will be hard. But I think at the end of the day, he's not going to be able to really sink her unfavorables beyond what they are now.
David, great to see you.
Thanks, Megan.
See you soon. Well, Donald Trump already off to a good start tonight. Fox News can project he will win at least 3 of the 5 states up for grabs this evening.
He is set to speak from Trump Tower a short time from now. We'll take you there live when it happens. Don't go anywhere. Fox News live coverage of the battle for the East continues next.
Suit up. In 10 days, the movie event of the summer arrives.
What do? We fight.
Captain America Civil War is a triumph in every way. It's remarkable. Everything a blockbuster should be.
You have a metal arm? That is awesome, dude.
Captain America Civil War. Rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
Uh-oh.
What's up? Does nobody use a turn signal anymore?
The call just came in. She's about to arrive. And with her, a flood of potential patients. A deluge of digital records, x-rays, MRIs, all on account of Penelope. But with the help of AT&T and a network that scales up and down on demand, this hospital can be ready, giving them the agility to be flexible and reliable. Because no one knows and like AT&T.
Sailing through the heart of cities and landscapes with Viking, you'll see things differently. You'll get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. It's an experience only a river cruise with Viking can give you. So spend less time getting there and more time being there. Call your travel agent or Viking for special offers now at 800-890-2323. Experience the award-winning Viking River Cruises.
What could America look like
if we all looked up and saw the possibilities?
Today, architects are creating the future,
designing buildings that breathe.
And homeless shelters that are more home than shelter.
Schools that shout innovation.
Homes where you can keep an eye on your kids and dinner.
And building bridges that serve the greater good.
Working with architects today.
Imagine what we can create together
tomorrow.
American Institute of Architects.
Powerful primary coverage. Sean's live with the results and impact of the East Coast vote. It's a must-see 2-hour Hannity, followed by a special edition of The Five.
Hey, Long Island, come on and connect with us. It's easier than ever to reach us on our new mobile site, right from your smartphone. You can manage your account, pay bills, report an outage, or sign up for our paperless and balanced billing programs with just a few taps of your finger. It's one more way we're working to get better every day. Explore our new site at psegliny.com/account.
To create a more advanced vehicle, you use the most innovative technology available. To craft a more luxurious vehicle, you use the most skilled hands on Earth. Like ones that spend 38 days creating a Lexus LS steering wheel, or 2,000 hours calibrating an available Mark Levinson audio system. The high-tech, handcrafted Lexus LS. Luxury, uncompromised. This is the pursuit of perfection.
This is an election alert. More results coming in right now. Fox News can now project that Ohio Governor John Kasich will place second in Connecticut's Republican presidential primary, leaving Texas Senator Ted Cruz to finish third there. Earlier, Fox News declared Donald Trump the winner in the Nutmeg State. Did you know it was the Nutmeg State?
I kind of like that.
Yeah, nice.
For, obvious reasons. So meantime, delegates from tonight now being allocated. Donald Trump is up to 904, 333 short of the 1237 he needs to clinch the nomination. Bill Hemmer is breaking down the math. Bill?
Love me some nutmeg. I mean, we've got we got like 8 hours tonight, right? So you're right, Megan. Here's where we are right now on the delegate math. We'll go back to the board here. And again, we called Trump in 3 of those states in the Northeast so far. So here is the number at 904. He's 333 in real time shy of pledged delegates. So forget about the 5 up here in the Northeast, a few that we called here, and then look at the calendar, and now we can project further into next week and beyond. Next week we think favors Trump. That's Indiana, puts him at 949. Maybe that's right. We'll come back to that in a moment here. The week after Nebraska, we think that's for Cruz. Same day, we think West Virginia favors Trump. He's very close now to 1,000. Week 7th. On that day, we think Cruz in Montana, Cruz in South Dakota. We think Trump and Kasich right now kind of split the delegates out in New Mexico. That puts him over 1,000. That same day as California, give him 109 in California. Same day, New Jersey, winner take all, and he would be 68 shy. But again, we're not done with the night tonight. We don't know how these delegates are going to sort themselves out here in the Northeast. We were anticipating at the low number that Trump would gain about 80 delegates tonight. At the high number, it'd be well over 100. Again, based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like it's 100 plus. So that number is going to change. Also, these delegates in Pennsylvania that are free agents, essentially. If you look at each congressional district in Pennsylvania and you break down the number of delegates in each district that are on the ballot and what they have said so far, many have suggested they'll follow Trump. Others have said Cruz. But the majority have said they will go with whoever wins their congressional district tonight in PA. So we'll keep on looking at this throughout the night and let you know what we find over here, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Bill.
So the path for Cruz and Kasich to get to the nomination, they are dwindling. Will we see a contested convention in Cleveland? Tom Bevan is executive editor for Real Clear Politics, and Lisa Booth is a Republican strategist, contributor for the Washington Examiner, and founder of High Noon Strategies. Thank you for being here. Tom, first to you. What do you think? Does it come down to Indiana, as Bill kind of laid out on the map there, adding up these delegates, or does Trump have a real path, seeing tonight's victories, to 1237?
I think it does come down to Indiana. I mean, Ted Cruz is senator from Texas, and so he knows the history. I think Indiana is the Alamo. If the Never Trump folks are going to stop him, they're going to have to do it next week. He's going to get 90, 100, maybe even over 100 delegates tonight, and so their best chance is next Tuesday. And look, momentum matters, and Cruz he's going to finish third in a lot of these states, and he's going to be lucky to come away with 10 delegates tonight, while Trump's going to get 100. So next week is going to be crucial to the final outcome of this race.
Lisa, the Cruz people say, hey, listen, these states were not going to be won by a Republican in the general election anyway. They say the focus should be elsewhere. But how compelling is it if Trump gets pretty close, 100 or less, to 1237, to the delegates who are unbound?
Well, and Brett, you still have to get to that 1,237 number, whether it's the pledged delegates becoming the presumptive nominee or on a first, second ballot. And so those unbound delegates become incredibly important, because if Donald Trump comes up shy of 60 or so delegates, as Bill Hemmer laid out just before, then there's an opportunity of looking at 150 to 200 unbound delegates to try to get on his side to clinch the nomination on the first ballot. But to reiterate Tom's point, Indiana is going to be huge. And what Senator Ted Cruz has really done, most specifically with this alliance with Governor John Kasich, is really set up the expectations game. So he's going to ride or die by that expectations game. He's now set this up as a one-on-one competition with Donald Trump. So if he wins, that's obviously going to embolden him, give great enthusiasm to the Never Trump crowd. However, if he loses and Donald Trump surpasses expectations tonight, that narrative is really hard for Senator Ted Cruz, especially when you can't get to 1,237 pledged delegates. You're mathematically eliminated from doing that.
Tom, I guess my point about unbound delegates is tonight, Pennsylvania, 71 delegates total, only 17 up for grabs tonight in the bound category, 54 are unbound. The case for those unbound delegates, how does Cruz tell them that, yes, I lost the state, yes, I lost the congressional district that you are representing, but you should vote for me in Cleveland?
It's a tough case to make, and we know from national polls and exit polls that anywhere from 2/3 to 70% of Republican voters say that the person who wins the most votes should be the nominee. So that's an uphill battle for Cruz. He tried to start making that case tonight, which is, look, Donald Trump will lose to Hillary Clinton in the general election. I'm the only one that can beat her. And so if he can make that case effectively to some of these delegates, that will make the difference. But again,
is that accurate, Tom? I mean, you look at the polls every day. Ted Cruz, John Kasich makes the point, 15 polls, that he beats Hillary Clinton. But can Ted Cruz make that point that he runs better against Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump?
Well, he does run better against Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump, but he still loses to her. So Kasich's actually the only one who can make the case that, hey, I can beat her in the general election. And we did have a poll come out this week that showed Trump within a couple of points of Clinton, and I think that might have taken a little bit out of Cruz's argument. So it's going to be a tough case for him to make.
Lisa, final word. I mean, do you think it's shaping up that he comes up short?
Potentially. I mean, look, I think it's going to depend on what his delegate haul looks like tonight, and also what happens in Indiana next week. I think the Never Trump crowd loses significant steam if Donald Trump comes out tonight with 100 delegates and he wins Indiana next week. Because if you're Senator Cruz, how do you possibly make the case to these delegates and to voters in the remaining contest that you deserve the nomination when you're mathematically eliminated from getting that 1,237 number? I also think that he is setting the expectations incredibly high as setting this up as a one-on-one competition with Donald Trump. So that will either help him greatly if he wins Indiana or hurt him significantly if he loses to Donald Trump.
Lisa, Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a Fox News election alert for you now. We are just getting news that Fox News can now project Donald Trump will win Rhode Island's Republican presidential primary based on the early vote tallies. Earlier, Fox had declared that Trump was the winner in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut. So you can add Rhode Island to the list. That now we await just one more state. It's a small one. Delaware.
Delaware. Do you know what it is? Nutmeg State? Or?
I was going to say, could you be more specific? In the Northeast, small?
I don't know. Do you know?
Joe Biden?
Right,
I don't know.
At Brett Baer, at Megyn Kelly. Let us know. 4 Republican primaries already called.
1 to go.
1 to go.
And Donald Trump is 4 for 4 this evening. We are expecting to hear from him in just a few moments. We'll have that for you live. Don't go away.
Anyone who can get out right now. Do not look up, just go.
Somehow these stock market clowns lost $800 million.
I'll get you some answers.
There's a reason he interrupted you on live TV.
I just want to know where my money went.
Find out anything you can.
I have no idea how high this goes.
These guys could expose everything.
They're shooting at me, not you. Don't!
Money Monster, rated R, May 13th.
This is Brad. His day of coaching begins with knee pain when...
Hey, Brad, want to trade the all-day relief of 2-Aleve for 6 Tylenol? What's the catch? There's no catch. You want me to give up my 2-Aleve for 6 Tylenol? No. For my knee pain, nothing beats my Aleve.
Your brain is an amazing thing. But as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
On vacation, you share things. You share your space. Share surprises. You share adventures and natural wonders. You might even share a laugh with your sister. These are the memories you'll share forever when you explore Branson together. ExploreBranson.com.
When you grow, create, and learn, our solutions help you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF, we create chemistry.
Thanks, man.
Imagine if the things you bought every day earned you miles to get to the places you really want to go. With the United Mileage Plus Explorer card, you'll get a free checked bag, 2 United Club passes, priority boarding, and 30,000 bonus miles. Everything you need for an unforgettable vacation. The United Mileage Plus Explorer card. Imagine where it'll take you.
I have asthma, one of many pieces in my life. So when my asthma symptoms kept coming back on my long-term control medicine, I talked to my doctor and found a missing piece in my asthma treatment with Brio.
Once daily Brio prevents asthma symptoms. Brio's for adults with asthma not well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Brio won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Brio opens up airways to help improve breathing for a full 24 hours. Brio contains a type of medicine that increases the risk of death from asthma problems and may increase the risk of hospitalization in children and adolescents. Brio is not for people whose asthma is well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Once your asthma is well controlled, your doctor will decide if you can stop Brio and prescribe a different asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Do not take Brio more than prescribed. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
Ask your doctor if 24-hour Brio could be a missing piece for you. See if you're eligible for 12 months free at mybrio.com.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 8:30 here on the East Coast, and Donald Trump, so far, running the table. He has won the Republican primary in Maryland, in Connecticut, in Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. We are still waiting on the Blue Hen State.
Or the Diamond State, or the First State, or the Small Wonder.
Or the Tax Evasion State.
Delaware.
Delaware is what we... That's from Nomiki Konst. That wasn't really me. I have to give credit where credit is due. She'll be here in a minute. Meantime, Hillary Clinton winning Maryland, but the other states too early to call on the Democratic side.
By the way, Lindsay had it first on Twitter.
Nice. Nicely done, Lindsay.
Okay, let's take another look at the exit polls. Martha McCallum has that. Martha.
Hi, you guys. Yeah, we sure do. And now we can tell you everything that we're seeing in these numbers. Anti-establishment fever, very high out there, folks. Trump riding that wave. Let's look at how he won big tonight.
60% of Republican voters say that they feel betrayed by GOP politicians. Betrayed is the word that is used in that question. That ties the record high this season. They want Donald Trump. Clearly, it's all about the economy and jobs. People very nervous about these issues, and the businessman seems to have convinced these voters that he can be a game changer for them. 39% say that's what matters most to them, economy and jobs. Once again, immigration falls to the very bottom of the list, even though that was such a headline issue for Donald Trump. It's not what's primarily on people's minds. Nearly 57% of Pennsylvania Republicans say they are very worried, that's the quote, about the U.S. economy. 83% of them believe that an outsider is the person to deal with that job. Nothing more than this issue has been more important and pervasive in the exit polls throughout this whole season for Donald Trump. Clearly, he's viewed as the outsider. This is also revealing. GOP voters in Pennsylvania, when they were asked if they would be, quote, concerned or scared if this candidate made it to the White House, Ted Cruz got the highest number of concerned or scared, 58%. John Kasich got 51%, would be concerned or scared if he was in the White House. And Donald Trump gets only 36 of these three, the fewest voters concerned or scared if he were to go all the way to Pennsylvania Avenue in November. So how did Donald Trump do with GOP women? Swept all three states tonight. Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Maryland. You can see the numbers in front of you there. What about the issue of can win in November? Trump wins in Pennsylvania. Cruz wins by a hair in Maryland on this measure. And John Kasich comes in third. This is the issue that he has made his cornerstone, that he's the one who can beat Hillary Clinton. But the voters tonight in these states do not seem to believe that. Pennsylvania Republicans say the top candidate quality can bring needed change. This sort of ties everything that we're talking about together here. And look at the number for Donald Trump. 71% say he can bring the needed change. Cruz gets 15%. Kasich gets 14% on that measure. So you can see how the numbers stack up, and they clearly demonstrate how we got here tonight, you guys. Back to you.
Martha, thank you.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win Delaware's Republican presidential primary. Turns out the first state is the last state called tonight, making him 5 for 5 in states holding contests today. Trump's clean sweep tonight, coming on the heels of his victory in New York, of course, a week ago, gives him some significant momentum heading into next week's primary in Indiana.
First state is the last state.
I mean, come on, you see how I did
Nicely done.
Yeah,
it's almost as if people pay you to talk for a living.
It's amazing.
Are we making another call here? Yes, we are. We're going to make a call on the Democrat side, where Hillary Clinton is now projected to win that state, Delaware, over her competitor Bernie Sanders in a contest that had been too close to call earlier this evening. Fox has also declared Clinton the winner in Maryland so far tonight. Meantime, Senator Cruz now hoping Indiana is going to turn things around. His campaign holding a rally in Knightstown, where Senator Cruz spoke just moments ago. Our senior correspondent John Roberts is following the Cruz campaign, and he's live tonight in Knightstown. John?
Megan, good evening to you at the famous Hoosier Gym, which was the centerpiece of the famous 1986 movie. And Ted Cruz still here some 25 minutes after he's finished speaking, shaking hands, taking pictures, signing autographs. He had a difficult night tonight. He acknowledged in his speech that Donald Trump would have a good night, probably worse for Ted Cruz than he thought it was going to be. But now he's still going to try to make the case, even after losing 6 contests in the last 2 weeks, that he is the guy to stick with, that he reached out tonight to people in Indiana saying the media is going to tell you this race is over, that Donald Trump is the winner, but I'm going to tell you I can go all the way. 57 delegates up for grabs here, winner take all on a statewide and congressional district basis. Of course, he's got this pact with John Kasich that Kasich is not going to campaign here, going to clear the decks for Cruz. Cruz really believes that if he can win here next week, he can stop Donald Trump from getting 1,237 delegates prior to the convention and winning on the first vote at the convention. It's a state that sets up well for Ted Cruz. 31% of the population here identifies as evangelical, and he's hoping for a Wisconsin-style come-from-behind victory here on May the 3rd. Cruz's only play, though, is for a contested convention. So this is something the party has to think long and hard about, and all of these unbound delegates between now and July the 18th. Do they want to go in and have a contested convention with all the potential ramifications and upheaval that will bring with it, or do they want to unite behind the candidate who goes into the convention with the most delegates? There's a lot to chew over in the next month and a half that's left, Megan, and a lot of people will be prognosticating a lot of different things, but as far as Ted Cruz is concerned, he is in this to the bitter end. Back to you.
John, thank you.
Turning now to Senator Bernie Sanders. He's holding a rally right now in Huntington, West Virginia. Mike Emanuel covers the Sanders campaign. Mike?
Well, Brett, good evening. Even though it's been a long night for the Sanders campaign, Senator Bernie Sanders is in pretty good spirits. Behind me, talking to a packed house here in Huntington, West Virginia, a crowd estimate of 6,400 people. He's had a new line here making a case to the delegates that in some of these closed primary states, independents and Republicans cannot come and vote for him. But he says in November, if he's the nominee, independents could vote for him. And he makes the case that independents favor him over Hillary Clinton. There's been a lot of buzz over the last day or so about whether he would reassess his campaign after it was anticipated to be a long night for him in this Acela primary. He and his campaign say that he's in it until California. They make the case that Democrats in the largest state have a right to have a choice, and so they say they're in it to win it, or they're as long as possible, and that they also want to have an influence on the Democratic platform at this summer's convention. Brett?
Mike, thank you. Fox News can now project that Hillary Clinton will beat Bernie Sanders in Pennsylvania's Democratic presidential primary, according to Fox exit polls, and the early vote returns starting to come in. Earlier, Fox declared Clinton the winner in Maryland and Delaware.
So a clean sweep tonight for Donald Trump here in the Northeast, and we are now awaiting a speech from Trump at Trump Tower in New York City. This, as Fox News projects, he will win all 5 states holding primaries today.
Hillary Clinton, as we mentioned, also having a good night so far. The latest in the battle for the East right here on America's election headquarters.
We've got to build the economy for the future. Abundant American oil and natural gas can give us a real leg up. More affordable energy, better jobs, more money for our communities. That's going to work for generations to come. I'm Melanie, and I'm an energy voter.
I'm Mary Ellen, and I quit smoking with Chantix. I have smoked for 30 years, and by taking Chantix, I was able to quit in 3 months, and that was amazing.
Along with support, Chantix Varenicline is proven to help people quit smoking.
It absolutely reduced my urge to smoke.
Some people had changes in behavior, thinking or mood, hostility, agitation, depressed mood, and suicidal thoughts or actions while taking or after stopping Chantix. Some had seizures while taking Chantix. If you have any of these, stop Chantix and call your doctor right away. Tell your doctor about any history of mental health problems, which could get worse, or of seizures. Don't take Chantix if you've had a serious allergic or skin reaction to it. If you have these, stop Chantix and call your doctor right away. Some can be life-threatening. Tell your doctor if you have heart or blood vessel problems or develop new or worse symptoms. Get medical help right away if you have symptoms of a heart attack or stroke. Decrease alcohol use while taking Chantix. Use caution when driving or operating machinery. Most common side effect is nausea.
I can't believe I did it. I quit smoking.
Ask your doctor if Chantix is right for you.
Hi, I'm William Devane. And right now, there's a serious discussion about who our next president will be. A Republican, a Democrat, an independent. The future of our country is hanging in the balance, which is why, as a good American, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to buy gold from Rosalind Capital. Buying gold from Rosalind helps protect me against runaway inflation and all that paper money being printed around the world by unstable governments. Whether you want new or old gold or premium collector coins, Rosalind has them all. And what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. So do your part to protect your future. Vote and buy gold from Rosalind Capital. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-329-9300. 800-329-9300. 800-329-9300.
You're my buddy, my pal, my friend. It will be that way until the end.
Making
most out of every mile. That's why I got a Subaru Impreza.
Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Innovative Sonicare technology with up to 27% more brush movements versus Oral-B. Get healthier gums in 2 weeks guaranteed. Innovation in you. Philips Sonicare. Save when you buy the most loved rechargeable toothbrush brand in America.
At the Joseph A. Bank Buy One Get One Free sale, suits and sport coats are on sale. Plus, buy one get one free. And buy one get one free on even more throughout the store. Plus, take an extra 40% off clearance items. Only at Joseph A. Bank.
Look, we need energy. Some say, gotta rely on alternatives. Wind, solar, or stick with oil, natural gas, traditional energy. Try this, all of the above. Now that's real energy security. I'm Maggie, and I'm an energy voter.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7. Channel 115.
You are looking live in New York at Trump Tower and in Philadelphia at the Clinton campaign headquarters, and we are awaiting campaign victory speeches tonight from both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. You will see them here live.
So is this a preview of the general election? Joining me now, Nomiki Konst, who's the executive director of the Accountability Project, and Monica Crowley, who's the online opinion editor for the Washington Times and a Fox News contributor. Great to see you both.
Hi, Megan.
All right, so what do you make of it? Let me start with you and Nomiki on this. Hillary versus Donald.
Oy. I think it's a dream for the Hillary Clinton campaign, except they have their blinders on about a few demographics that are very important that I think that the Democrats thought were shrinking. One being blue-collar workers who have a very conservative tendency, and we see that they initially went with Bernie Sanders, and now they're starting to tip in favor of Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. Those are the voting demographics that are going to determine this election. I can say it right now. You can write it down. Nomiki Konst says it. Blue-collar workers will determine this election, and independents.
So do you believe then, before I get to Monica, do you believe that to the extent Trump struggles with Hispanics and blacks, women, and young voters, he can make that up with that voting bloc of blue collars who typically in many states vote Democrat but might vote Trump this election?
I do believe so, and I also think that he'll be able to peel off some of the women. There are still conservative women who have conservative tendencies and are a conservative base of the Republican Party. There's also the independent women who are not going over to Hillary Clinton. I don't know if they're gonna pull from the Bernie Sanders coalition and go to Trump. I don't know if Bernie Sanders' support will go to Hillary Clinton. I'm not so sure that Hillary Clinton is going to get this nomination, because all this talk we have about the math, Hillary Clinton, with her margins of victories and with California coming up, where they're tied in California, she may not hit the 2384 pledged delegate number that, based on DNC rules, she needs to hit before the convention. That's before superdelegates, which really are put
We should point out that Nomiki is a Bernie supporter.
And I'm also a Democrat, former DNC member. So.
All right, so Monica, let me ask you. So that's Nomiki saying this is the one thing I want Hillary Clinton to worry about. This is the group she needs to not take for granted. What would your advice be to Donald Trump? He needs to do and not take for granted.
Yes, and I think he understands the point that Nomiki just laid out. The Democrats over the last maybe decade, 2 decades, have really written off blue-collar workers, and they know that.
Written them off or assumed that they'll get them?
Essentially both. Yeah. I mean, paid no attention to them, taken them for granted. This is something that Donald Trump has very powerfully tapped into. I hear, just anecdotally all the time, people who have been union workers, voted Democrat their entire lives. I mean, from cab drivers to construction workers who just say the Democratic Party is not speaking to me, and they're not speaking to the two issues that directly affect my livelihoods.
But to my question, what would you tell Trump he should focus on to shore up?
Well, I think he's got a lot of work to do in a number of different areas, women in particular, but I think he's got enormous crossover appeal. I think he's got
the appeal
to those blue-collar workers.
How does he appeal more to women?
Well, look, this is a project he's got to take on immediately because his numbers among women are pretty poor. But Donald Trump is not a politician. He's not the traditional kind of candidate. So whereas the negative numbers would probably doom a traditional politician in this race, to me, I look at Trump's numbers and I see more elasticity, Megan, because I think he's got more room to run.
They've gotten a little better. He had a 72% disapproval with women about a month month and a half ago. Now it's to 66, still high, but it's going in the right direction for him. He came out tonight and said, he was at the Time 100 Gala here in New York, and he said, you know what, I don't want to change, because there'd been all this talk about, is he going to change, is he going to go change, and which will hearten his supporters, that core group of supporters. But you tell me, Nomiki, does he need to?
I think both of them need to. I think both of them are discounting the fact that there are people who are disaffected, disenfranchised. There's a large independent population, millennials on both sides, Republican and Democratic, or progressive and conservative, because most millennials are independent, that they assume will go to the polls. I feel like this might be the election where both of the candidates most likely to win the nominations have high disapproval ratings, where it's going to be, people are going to be staying home. So both of them have to work very hard to overcome their numbers. Whether it's Hillary Clinton, the blue-collar workers and independents and millennials, or Donald Trump and women and minorities, both of them have to work very hard and compromise their values.
I also think that we're seeing a major realignment going on. I think there's a major realignment going on within the Republican Party, within the Democratic Party, and then cross-party lines as well, Megan. And I don't think we have a firm handle yet on actually what is playing out here, but it is very significant.
It's amazing to see all the numbers of Sanders supporters who are saying they might vote Trump instead of Hillary. Great to see you both.
Thank you.
Right now, we're waiting for Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. A big night for both front runners. We will take you to their speeches when they get started.
So what happens next? Well, Indiana in a week. June 7th is California. This is far from over, folks. We'll talk about that next.
Nothing unleashes power quite like the human foot. Introducing the 255 horsepower Lexus IS 300 all-wheel drive with 25% more base horsepower. Once driven, there's no going back.
Got pain? Ow! Get Zim's Max Freeze. Put the 1-2 punch of nature and science to work on your pain. All in favor of Zim's Max Freeze? The Oz have it. Take on pain with the 1-2 punch of nature and science. Zim's Max Freeze.
Real is touching a ray. Amazing is moving like one. Real is making new friends. Amazing is getting this close. Real is an animal rescue. Amazing is over 27,000 of them. There is only one place where real and amazing live. SeaWorld. Real Amazing.
I thought I married an Italian.
Did the Ancestry DNA to find out I'm only 16% Italian.
So I went on to Ancestry, soon learned that one of our ancestors was Eastern European.
This is my ancestor I didn't know about.
Cody's parents just bought a new home for their growing family. They'll tell you that partnering with the right mortgage company matters. All that matters to Cody is that this is home. Buy in. Quicken Loans. Home buy, refi, power.
Donald Trump, Greta Van Susteren in a special town hall event. The frontrunner sounds off in a no-holds-barred sit-down you can't miss. Wednesday on The Record.
Can a car look out for you? Can a car sense danger before you do? And even react quicker than human reflex? Can a car be your sanctuary? What's it like to drive the Hyundai Genesis? You have no idea.
Lease the 2016 Genesis for $279 a month for 36 months. Also available with all-wheel drive. Only at your Hyundai dealer.
Who knew?
I am.
Ex-military?
4 tours.
You work with computers?
That's classified, ma'am.
But your job was network security.
That's classified, sir.
Let's cut to the chase here.
What's your assessment of our security?
Porous.
Porous?
The old solutions aren't working. The world has changed.
Meaning?
It's not just security. It's defense.
It's not just security. It's defense. BAE Systems.
The backyard of my dreams. No matter the event, no matter the season. With Cambridge Paving Stones, our dreams are the life of the party.
And only Cambridge Paving Stones have ArmorTech, our unique process that produces a rich color that will look the same for years to come.
The reality is, with Cambridge, the only limit is your wildest.
Call Team 20.
young American soldier, a mysterious French girl, and the love affair that's stolen Broadway's heart. An American in Paris, the spectacular Tony Award winner the Wall Street Journal calls a big-hearted masterpiece.
Well, Fox News can now project that Ohio Governor John Kasich will place second in Rhode Island's Republican presidential primary, leaving Texas Senator Ted Cruz in third place, according to Fox News exit polls and the early vote returns. Earlier, Fox News declared that Donald Trump has won the state of Rhode Island in this primary. Kasich has now come in second in 2 states tonight, having done so earlier in Connecticut and Rhode Island for Kasich.
It is all about the delegates, and just to prove how concerned even the Trump campaign is about this, Trump is traveling to Virginia and California for the state conventions where they pick the delegates to lobby firsthand, the old-fashioned way, to try to get these people on board. Let's bring in the campaign cowboys. Chris Wallace is anchor of Fox News Sunday. Joe Trippi was Howard Dean's campaign manager. Karl Rove was deputy chief of staff to President George W. Bush. Both are Fox News contributors. Chris.
Thanks so much, Brett. We got 2 big speeches coming up in the next hour, probably. Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton. Put you back in your old position as a campaign strategist. What would you tell Donald Trump he needs to say tonight?
Well, he's not going to try and sound presidential in the conventional way, but I'd say don't sound the way that you sound at most of your angry rallies. Aim for what the tone that he got at the New York Republican fundraising dinner here a couple of weeks ago. Warm, personable, talked about what he had done here in the city, talked about the personal relationships he had with people in these projects.
Does he need to just forget about Cruz and Kasich and focus totally as I'm running against Hillary Clinton? I wouldn't tonight just, make this all about Hillary Clinton. I'd wait a little bit longer. I'd make this about here's Donald Trump, and the reason that I won in the Northeast is because my neighbors know what kind of a person that I am and what I've been able to achieve in New York. These are the people who know me best.
I'd hold off because he can't be hot and cold, and he's going to be hot if he starts talking about Hillary.
Joe, put you in the same boat with Hillary Clinton. What would you say to her she needs to do tonight?
Well, I think she's got to do what she did after New York, which is start to talk to the Sanders people, talk about the divide between us is not as strong as what unites us, and then turn immediately and start defining the race against Trump as a way to get them in.
How much is Sanders' continued race? And the fact is he's continuing to hit her. Some and criticize her some. How much is he hurting her, and can they get him out of the race? Do they even
always the time to define Trump and the Republicans? And if she can do that, that's a much better strategy to spend this time right now.
And Karl, your sense of the race. Obviously, this is a big night for Donald Trump tonight. People, I mean, he's going to win almost twice as many delegates as there are in Indiana, and yet people keep talking about Indiana. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, Indiana matters a lot because, look, he was expected to do well here tonight. And in the 3 states that we've got delegate totals in, he is running ahead of what he needed to get in order to get to the lower number on silver. But he's running 4 delegates ahead. There are a bunch of delegates at stake, 27 statewide, 27 at congressional district level. That could be determinative of the contest.
All right, gentlemen. We'll wait for the speeches, see whether they followed your advice or not, subliminally. Back to you guys.
Thanks, guys.
So celebrations are underway at Trump Tower tonight, and Fox News projects a clean sweep for Donald Trump, winning all 5 Republican primaries here in the Northeast this evening. We are expecting his victory speech any moment. We will bring that to you live just as soon as it happens.
And you never know what that could bring. On the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton projected the winner of 3 of the races called so far, and it's pretty close in Connecticut at this hour. It's all right here on America's election headquarters.
There's a lot to discover in the all-new Kia Sportage, like Apple CarPlay support, a seamless integration between you, your iPhone, and your car. With it, you're free to discover
Here's what we know. A clean sweep tonight for Donald Trump.
Yes, it is. Donald Trump winning all 5 states up for grabs.
And he's won.
That was really smooth. It's the 4th hour.
It's, we're getting a little punchy now.
All right.
We got to get back on our game.
Here we go. Pennsylvania. He won Pennsylvania. He won Connecticut. He won Delaware. He also won Rhode Island.
And Maryland. And over on the Democratic side, okay, now we're doing better. Big night for Hillary Clinton as well. So far, she has won Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware is still too early to call. And Delaware, still too early to call Connecticut or Rhode Island. Can you tell we're having some prompter issues? Sometimes we have a little prompter issue. Let's go back to Donald Trump. He is picking up more delegates tonight already. He's now up to 927. That's 310 away from the 1237 needed to win the nomination outright. Joining me now, 2 guys who know what they're doing. Chris Direwalt, our Fox News digital politics editor, and Howard Kurtz, Fox News media analyst and host of Media Buzz. Good to see you both.
How are we doing?
Hey, you must feel good because you can't do worse than Brett and I just did. So,
It's
welcome.
a low bar. I feel like Kasich.
Let me start with this. Bloomberg politics reporter just tweeted out, if Donald Trump were anyone else, we'd be calling him the presumptive nominee tonight. If Ted Cruz were anyone else, the GOP would have rallied around him. Chris, is that true?
Yeah, I think there's a powerful lot of truth to that. In the case of Trump, he would have been the presumptive nominee a while ago. He would have been the presumptive nominee after Michigan. That's when Romney basically locked it up. He won Michigan, he won Illinois, wins big states, it's over. People fall in behind him. In the case of Cruz, I also think that's 100% true. At every moment, all of these Republicans who said, we must stop Donald Trump, we desperately have to stop Donald Trump, and Ted Cruz is standing over there like, hey guys, what if you voted for me? No, make it much more complicated. We need a much more complicated strategy here because they don't like him. You know why? Because the Republican Party is largely constituted to keep very conservative people from taking it over, and Ted Cruz is that very conservative kind of candidate that they're used to trying to block.
Is that what it is, Howie, that Ted Cruz is too conservative? Because John Kasich is pretty conservative on many issues. I realize there are a couple in which he doesn't sign on to the orthodoxy of the day. But is it his conservatism or is it him?
Well, I guess it was Time magazine that had the cover line, likable enough for Ted Cruz, which I thought was a bit unfair. But, he is widely described as he potentially would be the most conservative nominee since Barry Goldwater. And a lot of people think that would lead to disaster. A lot of people also think Donald Trump's high negatives would be a problem. But here's the thing with Trump. Right now, he has momentum and media on his side, coverage of this big night, even though it's priced into the stock. We knew he was going to have a big night, as we did last week in New York. He's not so much on the math because you've got these delegate trackers who say, well, if Cruz wins Indiana and if Trump starts to underperform, if he underperforms in his interview with you, Megyn, maybe he doesn't get to the 1237. Here's what it misses. The psychological impact of Trump piling up win after win. People now think he's going to be the nominee, and 2/3 of Connecticut Republicans in our exit poll say the person with the most votes should be the nominee, meaning Trump, even if he doesn't get to that magic number.
The numbers are very high in these states of folks who say whoever gets the most votes should get the nomination, even if they don't get the majority. Chris, this race feels somewhat schizophrenic because we were in a place where Trump was racking up wins and he is inevitable. He's got this. And then Cruz got all of these folks organized in Wisconsin and talk radio and party leaders and the governor, and they said no. And the polls for Trump were very high, and people started to say, oh no, Cruz is looking like he could do this. It's anybody's ball game. Then Donald Trump goes on to win a couple of states that we thought he would win, New York and now tonight. And now everyone is saying he's got momentum. He's probably the presumptive. You get whiplash from week to week.
The political press stinks, and the coverage of races always stinks because they cover this horse race like it's... So Indiana, Howie points out Indiana, great example. Ted Cruz won in Wisconsin not just because of that organization, but because the state stacks up demographically better for Ted Cruz. Number of people with college degrees, strong communities, all of that stuff, the kind of places where traditional... Indiana, I think Howie's 100% right about this. How do you fight the narrative if you're Ted Cruz? Because now you've had to live through 2 weeks of skunking. Now, he knew he was going to get skunked up here because guess what? Super conservative Republicans from Texas aren't real popular in Connecticut. So he knew that. But how do you survive? How do you live off the land so that you tell the voters of Indiana, we can still do this, because the press will be telling them it's over.
And the thing is, you know, Ted Cruz, Howie, and he obviously has millions of votes in his camp and so on, but he's won, what, 11 states? And Donald Trump has won twice that. And so there will be a feeling stoked by Trump of great unfairness if anything other than Trump being the nominee comes out of that convention or comes out of this period between June and July.
There is a reason that Ted Cruz earlier, we watched his speech, tried to deflect it onto the media. The media are having palpitations over Donald Trump there. He's the chosen one. I mean, Trump would certainly disagree that he gets all this great press. But it is true that the Trump campaign is trying to project an image that this is pretty much over, mathematically eliminated and all of that. And as much as we all enjoy the game and the horse race and the speculation and the delegate tracking, it is getting harder and harder to sit here and say that Trump can somehow be denied, because the great frustration of all the millions of people who voted for him, the anger that they will feel if there is a perception that this is snatched away from him. It could happen.
The response to that, though, Chris, is think of their frustration if Donald Trump runs and loses. Everyone who pushes for a longer race says that Trump will lose because you look at the general election matchup, which he says he can turn around, and they say that's why they have to take the pain of alienating some Trump voters at this convention early, and they'll come around by November.
It's also about populism and conservatism. What's happening inside the Republican Party right now are the populists are taking over. Donald Trump's not particularly conservative on most things. Ted Cruz is a 100% doctrinaire, all of the rivets riveted conservative of that mold that was traditionally understood in the Republican Party. Donald Trump is leading a populist movement to take over the Republican Party. And here's the trick. The election is the issue about the election. How the Republican Party contests and conducts its nominating process is the point of him running. It's an amazing, it is like we said, the self-licking ice cream cone. The story is about the delegates, and the delegates are the story, and he just runs it round and round and round.
Fascinating. Great to see you both.
Good. Thanks, Megan.
Let's get some thoughts now from Brit Hume, Fox News senior political analyst. Brit, your thoughts on tonight as you look at the numbers and you look ahead.
Well, this is the stage of a race by which time the person who ultimately becomes a nominee has usually sort of overcome all resistance, and you get these huge majorities in primary and caucus after primary and caucus. And Trump had not achieved that. And then last week he rolled up that big majority in New York, and now you see it looks like he's got a 5-state sweep tonight. It looks like he's going to win very big in some of these states, if not all of them. And you might begin to see the kind of capitulation by the party, by the rest of the field to him that normally occurs, or normally has occurred before now. It certainly had last time for Mitt Romney. So what the psychological effect of this may be so great that the resistance to him will just begin to crumble, which is what usually happens by this stage.
We're looking live at Trump headquarters, waiting for Donald Trump to come out and give a victory speech tonight. Britt, tomorrow Trump is going to Washington, D.C., and he's going to deliver what we're told is a foreign policy speech that will be pointed at Hillary Clinton. It may be, like we saw at the AIPAC conference in D.C., a teleprompted speech. Do you think Donald Trump changes his stripes as he gets closer to getting this nomination?
I think that as we go forward here, that's the big question, Brett. I mean, we keep hearing that he's going to make this turn toward being more presidential, and then he came out and said himself that he really didn't want to do it quite yet, which I thought was one of the moments of this campaign. And of course, you know, while last week after New York, he made this very dignified and relatively brief speech, referred to, and everybody noticed more than anything else that he referred to Cruz for the first time since they could remember and said, I and Ted don't really know. I think it's, quite possible he'll make another one of these speeches of the kind that he made before with a teleprompter, and which was very well received, the one on Israel policy. And I think he advances his cause by doing that. I don't think that acting more presidential at this stage is going to cost him any of his core support. What he needs to do now is to expand his core support to take into a general election, because, for all of her weaknesses, his negatives are higher than Hillary's, and he would be a likely loser unless he's able to change that dynamic, and he's really the only one who can do it.
We're also awaiting Hillary Clinton's speech, Britt, and on that front, you talk about the unfavorable numbers and their negatives. Obviously, Hillary Clinton has this email investigation and the possibility of the FBI moving forward and referring indictment on this whole thing hanging over her campaign. But Donald Trump, as of today, the judge here in New York saying that the Trump University case, the fraud case, is going to go to trial. They may go to a jury trial, it may not, but Trump could be testifying in that case by the fall. Does that affect anything going forward?
Well, and I heard that and Brett, I heard that a judge had set the beginning of it on the first day of the convention, and if that holds, that obviously is a complicating factor. But I must say, I don't think a civil suit against Trump University holds nearly the potential powder keg type of damage that an indictment of Hillary Clinton would. But it does show that both candidates have these various weaknesses that could be exploited and could become factors in general elections.
The TED people say, listen, this is about delegates. It's about the rules. If he's short, we're going to fight for every one. The Trump people say we're millions of votes up, hundreds of delegates up. The RNC should sweep in and say, we should get this nomination.
The RNC could urge them one way or the other, but my sense is that their delegates are going to do what they want to do, but I think they're going to have the same kind of calculus that everyone else has. Can they afford not to come up with delegates, not for enough of them not to put Trump over the top, if it's a relatively small number, and by not doing that, win with that. And that is the terrible dilemma facing the Republican Party.
Biggest prize. She won both of those. It's telling, I think, for her that, guess what, Bernie Sanders continues to do well in New England, Connecticut especially, because it's adjacent, sort of near New York, and also near Vermont, but it turns out
Check 1, 2, check.
Hey, ask him what song we're walking him out to again.
Young man.
It's queued up, right? It's queued up, right? Looks like Calamari's running for president tonight. Did they get the mailbox issue fixed? Got the mailbox?
Check.
Okay. Hey, Drew. The podium mic is all good, right? Podium mic all set. That's what I do. I can ask 50 times if I want. And I do. And we rehearse it.
Yeah, ready for that. Work those calves, Beast Cat.
Peace, cat. Cue the music.
Welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Campaign, I say, now how are you going to pivot out of the statements? They said, don't worry about it. In other words, they're politicians, they can do it. But I just want to thank everybody. This is a far bigger win than we even expected, all 5. And that's something that's really something. And not only is it all 5, it's all 5, whether it's 60 or just about 60. And even I see one up there at 66 and 67. And you have to remember, and I say this all the time to the pundits, I love the pundits, but I say it all the time, there are 3 people. When you crack 60, and as we did last week with our great city and our great state of New York, when you crack 60 with 3 people, that's very hard to do. In fact, I think Chris can tell you, if you crack 60 with 2 people, that's called a massive landslide. But we have 3. And, you know, some strange things have happened. Last night it was very strange when I watched this group get together. That was a strange moment. I got a call at 11 o'clock. And we talked, and I said, I think that's a good thing because it shows weakness, it shows ineffectiveness, it shows failing campaign. It's collusion. In business, they put you in jail for collusion. In politics, you're allowed to get away with it. But it really is. I thought it was a very weak signal. And the Republican Party needs something much different than that. We'll be going to, thank you, we'll be going to Indiana. I'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon for just a long stay, and it's a great state. I have many, many friends there, and I have a coach, Bobby Knight, the great Bobby Knight, and we're going to be spending a lot of time with Bobby. And Bobby's an amazing guy. He's tough, he's sharp, he's smart, and he wins. He knows how to win, and the people of Indiana love him, and Bobby's endorsed me, and we're going to spend tomorrow night, and I think the next day with Bobby, so it's going to be a lot of excitement and fun. And that's called the gold standard for Indiana. I would say Bobby Knight has to be the gold standard. And we have so many other people that have endorsed us there, so that'll be great. So we'll start in the afternoon, and we're going to be spending numerous days in Indiana, and it's going to be something really, really special. So I want to thank the media. The media has really covered me very fair for the last 2 hours. No, they've been really very fair over the last few weeks, and it's been amazing what's been happening. The crowds we've had are record-setting crowds, bigger than Bernie, but Bernie's second, I have to say. In fact, I suggested today, you probably saw that the Democrats have treated Bernie very badly, and frankly, I think he should run as an independent. Okay, and I actually do. I think they've treated him very badly, and the system is a bad system, and whether it's their system or our system, you look at what goes on. But, the best way to beat the system is have evenings like this, where you get record-setting votes, where you get record-setting delegates. I use the analogy of the boxer. When the boxer knocks out the other boxer, you don't have to wait around for a decision. So that's what it is, and that's what happened tonight. That's what happened last week in New York. And that's really what's been happening throughout. We have millions more votes, millions more than Cruz. We have millions more votes than Kasich. I mean, Kasich now, I guess he was 1 in 41. So now he's 1 in 46. Why is he here? I can tell you that if you look, Dr. Ben Carson did much better. He could have hung around and done very well. If you look, Chris Christie did much better. If you look, Marco Rubio did much better. In fact, Marco Rubio right now has more delegates than, Kasich. I mean, he's got more delegates, but so many others. I mean, they've actually done, all they had to do was hang around, but they thought it was inappropriate, and a lot of people don't like seeing it. It's like a spoiled person that just says, I'm just staying for whatever reason. So Kasich, and by the way, as soon as Kasich gets hit with the first negative ad, he's had none. Bing, that's the end of that. It's the only thing he can say. And today we came up even against Hillary, but we will beat Hillary so easily. And, remember this. Remember this. I was not going to run according to everybody, and I ran. I was not going to sign Form A, which basically you sign your life away, and I signed Form A. And then everybody started saying, wow. And then we put in financials. The financials were phenomenal, far better, a little bit like this evening, far better than even people thought. Great financials. I built a great company with the help of my sons and my daughters, and with the help of my family, frankly. It's been great. But we built a great, great company, and that was good. And then everybody said again, well, he's just going to have a good time for a couple of weeks. He's enjoying it. And very shortly, we went to number one over a 3 or 4 week period. And we've been there ever since. We've been number one ever since. And again, millions of more votes, hundreds of more delegates. And I think this one is maybe the biggest of them all. I mean, New York last week at almost 62% was incredible, far better than what people thought. They said if you could break 50, again, with 3 people, it's very hard to break 50. We hit almost 62%, picked up so many delegates. Last week we had 95 delegates in New York State, New York City, the whole thing added up to 95. We picked up almost every single one of them. It was an amazing victory. But this one's a diverse victory. I mean, you go Rhode Island, and you go Maryland, and you go Connecticut, and you go Pennsylvania, and you go, I mean, the whole thing, Delaware, and every one of them was conclusive, and every state is so different. I mean, it's so different. I think one of the greats was when you look at almost 50% in Massachusetts and almost 50% in the state of Alabama. Now, that's pretty different, but we have all across the board. And I think we're going to do really well in Washington State. I think we're going to do amazingly well in Oregon and every place we're going to. I mean, we're going to be fighting hard. New Mexico, we're going to be fighting really hard. And I think that Governor Kasich and Senator Cruz have really, really hurt themselves with a faulty deal that was defaulted on before they even started. Because Kasich said, well, what do you mean? Aren't they going to vote for me in Indiana? Well, I said, I thought they just made that deal. So what it is politicians, all talk, no action. They can't get it done, and they certainly can't straighten out our country because we're going to bring back jobs. We're going to take care of our military. We're going to be doing so many things. And to me, especially over the last 2 weeks, because I traveled New York State, and I went to Syracuse and Poughkeepsie and Rome, this Rome, our Rome, New York, as opposed to there's another Rome out there someplace. But we went to Rome, New York, and we went to the island, Bethpage, and just every place we went, manufacturing down 40 and 45% and even more. And then we go to Pennsylvania and we see the same thing. You look at what's happening with steel and you look at what's happening in so many other industries. And I'd get statisticians to give me numbers. And before I leave all the time, give me the numbers. And every single place I go is a disaster. Manufacturing down 40, 45, 55, 60% sometimes in a relatively short period of time. Our jobs are being sucked away from our country. And we're not going to let it happen anymore, folks. We're going to make it very, very difficult to do that. And when companies want to leave this country, our great country, and they want to lay off all of these people that in many cases helped build the country, there will be consequences for that company to pay. When they think they're going to make their product and send it in, no taxes through a very weak border, which, by the way, our border will be very, very strong, and we will build the wall. Just remember I said it, okay? But when they think they're going to send their product right through this weak border and they're going to pay no tax and have absolutely no consequence for what they did, it's not going to happen that way. And you know what's going to happen? When we do that, all of a sudden companies are going to say, I'm staying in Syracuse, and I'm staying in Pennsylvania, and I'm staying in Maryland. And I want to thank the people of Maryland. They've been so incredible. We had some rallies all over. But we had some rallies in Maryland and Pennsylvania that were absolutely unbelievable. Yesterday in Pennsylvania, we were in an arena that was like Madison Square Garden. They turned away thousands and thousands of people. Unfortunately, the press never reports that. They always show my face. They go like this. I said, does anybody ever want to show this arena that's got tens of thousands of people in it? But they don't do that. But that's okay because I'll at least explain it to you. But we're going to have our country back. We're going to make America great again. And I just want to tell you, for the 5 states, I am so honored. This was, to me, our biggest night because it shows such diversity. So, thank you very much. And we will take some questions. Yes, CBS.
No, he's not on any mic.
Yeah, Yeah, it's all been, well, I don't know what the final number is, but the money we raised for veterans has been mostly distributed, and we're looking for some other really worthy places to distribute the final amounts. But for the most part, it has been distributed and raised millions of dollars. Yes, go ahead. I consider myself the presumptive nominee, absolutely. I mean, I feel well. Senator Cruz and Governor Kasich should really get out of this. They have no path to vote. They have no path to vote. Honestly, they should get out of the race, and we should heal the Republican Party, bring the Republican Party together. And I'm a unifier. I unify people. That's how I did it in business. I mean, I unify people. We will have people that are backing this party and backing my candidacy that you folks will not even believe. We're going to have such unity. Now, I'm not saying everybody, because some people have gone too far over the edge, but we will have people backing the party and backing the presidency, and we're going to win, and we're going to beat Hillary Clinton, and it's not even going to be Thank you.
You have a mic that's feeding into it, and that's all the audio.
One of these microphones here is open.
The microphone is.
Give me this.
Well, let me give you an example. And it's a very good question. And of course, we look at different things, and I don't want to do that. And we're leading by so much, and I think we're going to hit the numbers pretty easily, and most people agree with that. But probably before we end the process, because there's a lot of room behind the convention, and there will be a lot of delegates available, and we're only going to be a tiny bit short, but I don't think that will even happen. But if you look at Pennsylvania, first of all, they have a man named Rob Gleason, who is a tremendous leader. And one of the things with Pennsylvania, you know, we had a massive victory, 60%, above 60%. Pennsylvania has been amazing. We get 17 delegates outright, and then you have 54 or so delegates that are, you know, up for grabs. The one thing different with Pennsylvania, and I've been hearing about it, I've heard about it for years actually, is that the winner of Pennsylvania, there's a moral obligation, at least on the first round, to support the person that won. Now, we didn't only win, we won big. And again, we have to get in mind, you have the three people. And when you have three people to get 60%, that's almost unheard of. Honestly, if you had two people and you got 60%, that's a really big victory. So here you have a case where we have a great leader, great Republican leader, and you have a moral obligation in Pennsylvania that those people will, and all I care about is the first round. You know, when you people write about Cruz is going around giving people dinner, buying people everything, riding them around all over the place, getting them into hotel rooms, because he's looking for the second and the third and the fourth. I'm not really too interested in that, because we're going to win on the first. I'm not looking to go second, third, fourth, but maybe I'm making a mistake. I mean, the truth is, even if this did ever go there, can you imagine if Donald Trump, because in California we're up to almost 50%, I think we hit 50 today, and they're at 18 and 16. I mean, there's a massive difference. So we're going to have a big California. I think we're going to do great in Indiana. Indiana is the home of Carrier Air Conditioning, which is leaving for Mexico, that I've been talking about for the last 4 months, long before I knew Indiana would be so important. And I'm saying that won't happen if I'm president. Carrier will not be leaving Indiana if I'm president. But I've been talking about this for a long period of time. So when you think of it, and the really unfair thing that the pundits never report, when I began the process, we had 17 people, very capable people like Chris, governors, senators, Dr. Ben Carson, very smart, tough, highly accomplished people. 17, a record in the history of politics. 17 people. So I go and I start winning, and I'll win New Hampshire, and I'll get whatever it may be, 32%. And people would say, why did he get 50%? I said, you can't get 50% when you have 16 people. Then I go to South Carolina. We have a massive victory. That was Cruz's stronghold, except I won it in a landslide. And I won it because of the evangelicals who backed me. The evangelicals have been unbelievable, and they backed me. So I won there. And we had 12 or 13 or 14 people. We had many, many people. And I got a lot. And then we went to Nevada, we went to the South, Alabama, with all of the people we had, we almost got 50%. Massachusetts, with all of the people we had, we almost got 50%. The pundits, I was watching tonight, the pundits never talk about the fact that these early states, especially, even now we have 3. 3 is unfair. Hillary has 1. I have 3. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between fighting 1 person and fighting 2 people in terms of percentages. So what I'm saying is when you talk about the 1237 number, the first 70% of these things we had from 16 people and even 17 people to 10 to 8 to 6 to 5 to 4, and now we're at 3. So it's really unfair when you try and, I've always been very good at math. Nobody ever discusses that. When I watch the people on television, whether it's CNN, Fox, or any of them, and I watch, they never talk about the fact that we have all these people, and that if you got a 32 or a 35 or a 38, and you have 7 people running, that's that's like 75. So we are really honored by this night, and I'm really honored to have hit over 60 in virtually every race with 3 people in the race. Okay. Well, go ahead, Tom. I didn't want to bore you with that long thing, but I'm telling you, it's never discussed on television. Go ahead.
Just this week, Senator Cruz announced he's come up with a short list of potential running mates. They've started the vetting process.
He's wasting his time, Tom. List of running mates. In fact, I heard he had a news conference tonight, and I heard the news conference was for the purpose that he's getting out of the race. That's what I thought. And instead, he just had a news conference, more talk, no, I don't want to even think about it right now. I'm not doing that. We're going to set up a committee at some point in the not too distant future, but I just don't want to think about it right now. I want to finish it off. Well, I think he's fantastic. I think Chris Christie is fantastic. So certainly he would be somebody. No, I am me. It's interesting, Sarah. I hear that. He'll be presidential. He'll be not presidential. He'll do this. It's very easy to be presidential. By the way, much easier, but I'm not playing a part. Look, I started off with 17. I'm down now. I'm winning it. It's over. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. These 2 guys cannot win. There's no path. So why would I change? If you have a football team and you're winning, and then you get to the Super Bowl, you don't change your quarterback, right? So I'm not changing. I think we're going to do great in the general. Well, I may act differently, but my thought process is the same. When I speak to a group of 10 people in a conference room, I'm not going to be speaking the same way I spoke in Pennsylvania yesterday to 25,000 people. It's a very different thing. But I'll be saying very similar things. Yes, go ahead. I'm doing a foreign policy speech, yes. Yeah, which I look forward to. Well, it's an interesting question. I've had many, many people write in, tweet in, modern way of writing, but write in, tweet in, call in, please don't change, just stay the way you are. So, look, I'm not changing. I went to the best schools. I'm like a very smart person. I'm going to represent our country with dignity and very well. But I don't want to really change my personality. I think, it got me here. Somebody said, if you changed and if you were that way, you wouldn't be maybe where you are right now. We beat a lot of people. A lot of people are sitting back saying, what happened, darling? Why are we sitting here? We're watching television. Don't forget, when I announced, there were many favorites that were going to win. One of those people raised over $100 million in a PAC and a lot of money personally. Others had other big advantages, governors of major states, et cetera, et cetera. They were all going to do great. They were all going to do great. But one after another, and here we stand with big 5 victories over 60%. David?
Tonight in her speech, Hillary Clinton took a chunk out of you and basically said she's going to have a theme about love, Trump, and hate. How do you fight back against someone who calls you a hateful person?
Sure. I call her Crooked Hillary. She's crooked. She'll be a horrible president. She knows nothing about job creation. Her husband signed NAFTA, which destroyed this country economically, I will tell you. You look at New York State, you look all over New England, you look at Pennsylvania, NAFTA was a disaster. Her husband signed it, and it was a disaster for this country. Hillary will be horrible, absolutely horrible on economic development. She will be terrible on jobs. She knows nothing about jobs except for jobs for herself. And when it came to answering the phone, at 3 o'clock in the morning, she was sleeping, okay? She wasn't, with Benghazi and all of the other problems. You look at what she did with Syria. You look at what she's done in so many different ways. She will not be a good president. She doesn't have the strength. She doesn't have the stamina. I know about dealing with China. I've made billions of dollars dealing with China. China can be dealt with, and you can get along with them. But Hillary does not have the strength or the stamina to deal with China or other things. But bottom line is, one of the big problems our country has is problems with trade, where you have China, Japan, Mexico, so many countries just ripping us left and right. The politicians cannot handle that problem. 2 reasons. Number one, they don't have the competence to do it. Number two, most of them are paid off through campaign contributions so that they don't touch certain things that the people want touched. When people are making less money in real wages than they were 18 years ago, and then some people say, wow, he had a big crowd. That's one of the big reasons. I mean, you have people making less money today, as you know, because you see every stat. Less money today, David, than they made 18 years ago. And in some cases, they're working 2 jobs. So they're getting older and they're working harder. Shouldn't be that way.
You're not worried at all, though, about being labeled?
No, I don't worry about it. No, I don't worry. I'm not a hateful person. I'm a person that loves people. And make America great again. I mean, that's just the theme. I mean, she's going with that because she thinks it's great. I'll do far more for women than Hillary Clinton will ever do, including, remember this, including protecting our country, because she will not be good with the military. She will not be good with protecting our country. And she's had her shot. And she also raised her hand when it came to Iraq. And she shouldn't have voted. And if you remember, just take a look at the things that Bernie Sanders was saying about Hillary Clinton. She said she's not qualified. He said she is not qualified to be president. But he said something else that was, because qualified, what's qualified? I mean, you got to go out, you got to run, and you see what happens. But he said some things about her that were so incredible, and so incredibly bad. There's a great level of hatred right there, but he's been telling the truth. And I really mean it. I think Bernie Sanders should run as an independent. I think he'd do great. Okay. I think the party is seeing me that way. I'm getting calls that, as I said, you wouldn't believe. I'm getting calls from people that I really can't even know how they can do it because they've said such horrible things about me, and now they want to join the team. Chris can tell you that. Ben Carson can tell you that. Other people can tell you that. I'm getting calls. Corey can tell you. Paul can tell you. We're getting calls from people where I actually say, how could you do this? How can you do this? How can you do it? And they have no problem. But the fact is, names that you wouldn't believe, names that you interview and say, oh, Trump, 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 and now they're calling they want to join the team. Oh, well, a lot of them will be coming out soon. They want to come out very soon, yes. Sure. I mean, tomorrow's going to be, I think, interesting. It's going to be some of my views on foreign policy and defense and lots of other things. So we'll be discussing, and part of it is the economics. I mean, I was asked a question recently by Wolf Blitzer on CNN, and he talked about NATO. Well, I gave a great answer. I gave an answer that at first people didn't like, and then they said, you know what? Trump is right. Experts said. I said it's obsolete, and too many people are getting a free ride because we're funding 73% of NATO. You have 28 countries, and many of these countries are just taking advantage of the United States. And you have to pay up because we don't have a country with $19 trillion in debt that can afford this anymore. You have to pay up. And part of what I'm saying is we love our countries and we love our allies, but our allies can no longer be taking advantage of this country. This isn't 40 years ago and it's not 20 years ago. This is now. And we have to rebuild our infrastructure. We have to rebuild our country. We have to get rid of ISIS, or we have to get rid of them fast. Our military is totally depleted. We have to build it up. It's going to be the cheapest thing we can do. And a lot of great things are going to happen. We're going to make America great again. No, you're going to really hear different things. Yeah, very. I'll never change one thing. You know what I will never change? Make America great again. I will never change. That's one thing. No, it's not going to be the Trump doctrine. And you know what I say? It won't be the Trump doctrine, because in life you have to be flexible. You have to have flexibility. You have to change. You know, you may say one thing and then the following year you want to change it because circumstances are different. And I've followed people for years, and I have friends that are the most successful people in the world. Many of them are endorsing me. Carl Icahn, many of the great business people are endorsing me. You have to have flexibility. You can't say, this is my doctrine, I will not move, because the world changes, countries change, leaders change, lots of things happen, so you can't say that. Okay, yes, sir, go ahead. We don't have a ceiling. You know what our ceiling is? I think it's 100%. We don't have a ceiling. And again, the ceiling was always so unfair, because I'm going to just do it again because I want to do it because it's so important. But the ceiling, wait a minute. The ceiling, they kept saying he doesn't hit the 50%. Well, now they don't say that anymore. But how do you hit 50% when you have 16 people in a race? You can't do it. No, you don't understand. I have many people running. I think I'm going to win New York. No other Republican can say it. I think I'm going to win, conservative voters. Did you see the polls where they're coming out tonight? The most conservative people in the Republican Party tonight back Donald Trump. The most conservative. Okay? The most. Got to see the polls. Go ahead. Yeah, debt is the single biggest question I'm getting, student debt. And we're going to work on that. We're going to make it much different. The biggest problem the students have, they have the problem with debt, but they go to a good college, they borrow right up to here, and they're choking on debt, and they graduate, they work hard, they get good marks, and then they can't get a job. I'm going to bring jobs back to this country like you've never seen. That's the biggest problem. Well, we have a lot of contrasts in terms of jobs. We have a lot of contrasts in terms of how I would handle Wall Street. Look, Hillary Clinton is funded by Wall Street, folks. I mean, she's going to get the nomination unless she gets herself indicted with respect to what's happening with the emails, okay? You know, what I don't understand, you look at what's happened to so many other people, and they went through hell. Their lives have been destroyed for doing less than what Hillary Clinton did. What she did is an outrage. It's an absolute criminal outrage. And for her to be able to run as a Democrat, that's why maybe Bernie Sanders isn't finished. But the only way you can say that is if something happens to her. She's being protected by the Democrats because what she did, and I see it, and whether I read about it in the papers or I watch it with experts, legal experts on television, virtually every single one of them said what she did is a criminal act, and what she did is a very, very dangerous thing for our country. And yet here she is running for president. So I think that Hillary, honestly, she's a flawed candidate, and I think she's going to be easy to beat. I think she's going to be much easier to beat than most of the 16 people that I competed with just recently. Go ahead. To me, always the number one security threat to the United States is nuclear. That's our biggest threat. It's our biggest risk, the power of weaponry. And we have to be unbelievably careful. The single biggest, it is not global warming. President Obama said the biggest threat to our country is global warming. That's called give me a break, okay? The biggest threat to our country is nuclear, and we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. We're going to do something where we'll have a real partnership with China. You know, we have a lot of power over China. China has rebuilt itself by making a fortune over us. China has power, tremendous power, over North Korea. We have to be very vigilant on North Korea. We cannot let this guy go much further. And China should handle that problem. China can handle that problem very easily. They say they can't, but they're toying with us, okay? They're toying with us. We have a lot of power. We're going to have a great relationship with China. We're going to have a great relationship with Putin and Russia. But let me tell you, China has a lot of power over North Korea, a tremendous amount of power. They just refuse to use it, and they refuse to talk about it, and they're toying with us. And right now, they don't respect us. They don't respect our president. And because of that, they're getting away with murder. And this guy is getting away with murder. What's going to happen is, and something very important to me and to a lot of other people, but very, very important to me, is nuclear weaponry. That is your single biggest threat in the world today. Go ahead, Tom. No, that's a civil case, very simple. I'm going to win that case very easily. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Sarah, go ahead. Well, my unfavorables have come down a lot over the last few weeks. Well, remember this. Okay, I saw it on all of the cable stations and a lot of the networks, and I read it in a lot of papers. I've had 55,000 negative ads against me. When I ran in Florida, I had 14,000 negative ads, millions and millions of dollars, and I won in a landslide. I've had negative ads all throughout, and I've won races in a landslide. Okay, in a landslide, you know it, you report it, you all report it. I'm not, even Carl would agree to that, right? I mean, landslides. And yet I have this tremendous amount of, you almost say, do ads mean anything? I think we're going to hurt the industry pretty much, because people are going to say, what does an ad mean? But I've had, now, largely the ads were false. A little truth to some of them, perhaps, but largely false. But I had 55,000, 100 million, and even more negative ads. Even in New Hampshire. I mean, Jeb spent millions and millions of dollars on negative ads, and I won New Hampshire in a landslide. No. But now what's happening is most of these people that have been fighting me are gone. And when I'm one-on-one with Hillary, she will be, as I said, easier to take down, much easier to beat than the people, many of the people that I've already beaten. Okay. Well, I think they're hurting the party because, again, they have no path, zero path to victory. And we're going to win on the first ballot. We don't look for the delegates on number 2, 3, 4, 5 ballot. And here's what I say. Let's assume it did go beyond the first ballot. And let's assume you're Reince, who's a very good man, head of RNC, Reince Priebus. And let's say, oh, well, Trump was 12 short, or 15 delegates short, or 25 short. But 500 more than Cruz, and far more than that ahead of Kasich. So you go to a second ballot. Now, Trump by that time will be 5 million votes because of California and the size of California, and I think Indiana and other places. Trump by that time will be 5 million votes ahead of Cruz. Will be much more than 5 million votes ahead of Kasich. I mean, Kasich should be he going to get. I call him one. Now I change it. Now I change it to 1 in 46. I mean, how do you stay in a race? And I would have won Ohio had I not been given a dirty poll saying that Florida was tougher than I thought. I stayed in Florida for 2 more days instead of going to Ohio. If I spent 2 more days in Ohio, I would have won it. Okay. How do you pick a man on the second or third or fourth ballot who has millions of votes, 5, 6 million votes less than Trump, and I'm the one that brought all these people into the party. That's why the Republican Party is up almost 70% from 4 years ago. And you know what's going to happen? Those people, at a minimum, they're going to be very upset, very angry, but at a minimum, they're just not going to vote. They're not going to vote. So how do you do this? How do you say, okay, Trump won by 5 million votes. Trump is 5, 6, whatever, 100 delegates more than Cruz and much more than that having to do with Kasich. And he brought millions of people into the party, and everybody is talking about the party worldwide, how hot the Republican Party. You know, some people used to say it stayed. Well, the Democrats are 35% down from 4 years ago. The Republicans are almost 70% up from 4 years ago. So, I mean, that's an amazing tribute. And that's not because of, believe me, that's not because of Kasich or Cruz. That's because of me. So here's the thing. How do you say to them, we're going to choose a man that lost by 5 million votes and 500 delegates. We're going to take him because Trump was 14 delegates short of winning in the first ballot. I don't think you can do that. Now, with that being said, I intend to get enough delegates. But that's it. Okay. Yes, ma'am. One more question. Go ahead. I'll stick with my feelings on immigration. If you look at what's going on in immigration and just look at the record numbers of people right now that are pouring across the borders of this country, they're pouring, excuse me, I just read it. And I read it in actually a legitimate journal. All right. We need protection in our country. You look at the kind of crime, you look at what's going on economically, we need borders. And by the way, I want people to come into our country. But I want them to come in legally. They have to come in through a process. All right, we'll do one more. Excuse me? Well, I think the only card she has is the woman's card. She's got nothing else going. And frankly, if Hillary Clinton were a man, I don't think she'd get 5% of the vote. The only thing
Welcome to Small Cap Nation. I'm Jane King at the New York Stock Exchange. With me today,
you go to a second ballot. Now, Trump by that time will be 5 million votes because of California and the size of California, and I think Indiana and other places. Trump by that time will be 5 million votes ahead of Cruz. Will be much more than 5 million votes ahead of Kasich. I mean, Kasich should be he go to get. I call him one. Now I change it. Now I change it to 1 in 46. I mean, how do you stay in a race? And I would have won Ohio had I not been given a dirty poll saying that Florida was tougher than I thought. I stayed in Florida for 2 more days instead of going to Ohio. If I spent 2 more days in Ohio, I would have won it. Okay. How do you pick a man on the second or third or fourth ballot who has millions of votes, 5-6 million votes less than Trump? And I'm the one that brought all these people into the party. That's why the Republican Party is up almost 70% from 4 years ago. And you know what's going to happen? Those people, at a minimum, they're going to be very upset, very angry, but at a minimum, they're just not going to vote. They're not going to vote. So how do you do this? How do you say, okay, Trump won by 5 million votes. Trump is 5, 6, whatever, 100 delegates more than Cruz and much more than that having to do with Kasich. And he brought millions of people into the party, and everybody is talking about the party worldwide, how hot the Republican Party. You know, some people used to say it stayed. Well, the Democrats are 35% down from 4 years ago. The Republicans are almost 70% up from 4 years ago. So, I mean, that's an amazing tribute. And that's not because of, believe me, that's not because of Kasich or Cruz. That's because of me. So here's the thing. How do you say to them, we're going to choose a man that lost by 5 million votes and 500 delegates. We're going to take him because Trump was 14 delegates short of winning in the first ballot. I don't think you can do that. Now, with that being said, I intend to get enough delegates. But that's it. Okay. Yes, ma'am. One more question. Go ahead. I'll stick with my feelings on immigration. If you look at what's going on in immigration and just look at the record numbers of people right now that are pouring across the borders of this country, they're pouring, excuse me, I just read it. And I read it in actually a legitimate journal. All right. We need protection in our country. You look at the kind of crime, you look at what's going on economically. We need borders. And by the way, I want people to come into our country, but I want them to come in legally. They have to come in through a process. So I will do one more. Excuse me? Well, I think the only card she has is the woman's card. She's got nothing else going. And frankly, if Hillary Clinton were a man, I don't think she'd get 5% of the vote. The only thing she's got going is the woman's card. And the beautiful thing is, women don't like her, okay? And look how well I did with women tonight. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, I was given warfarin in the hospital, but wondered, was this the best treatment for me? I spoke to my doctor, and she told me about Eliquis. Eliquis treats DVT and PE blood clots and reduces the risk of them happening again. Not only does Eliquis treat DVT and PE blood clots, but Eliquis also had significantly less major bleeding than the standard treatment. Knowing Eliquis had both turned around my thinking.
Don't stop Eliquis unless your doctor tells you to. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve or abnormal bleeding. If you had a spinal injection while on Eliquis, call your doctor right away if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. While taking Eliquis, you may bruise more easily, and it may take longer than usual for bleeding to stop. Seek immediate medical care for sudden signs of bleeding, like unusual bruising. Eliquis may increase your bleeding risk if you take certain medicines. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures.
Eliquis treats DVT and PE blood clots, plus had less major bleeding. Both made switching to Eliquis right for me. Ask your doctor if it's right for you.
I bought Puerto Rican bonds for my retirement.
Small investors like Teresa own 80% of Puerto Rico's debt.
We believed these investments were safe.
But leaders in Washington want to grant Puerto Rico Super Chapter 9 bankruptcy. This is a bailout of Puerto Rico on the backs of savers like Teresa. Congress wants to bail out Puerto Rico with Teresa's retirement savings.
My life savings will be crushed.
Tell Washington no Super Chapter 9 bankruptcy for Puerto Rico.
At the Joseph A. Bank Buy One Get One Free sale, suits and sport coats are on sale. Plus, buy one, get one free. And buy one, get one free on even more throughout the store. Plus, take an extra 40% off clearance items. Only at Joseph A. Bank.
You know that moment? The moment you realize you need to do something with your old 401k. When you changed jobs, you certainly didn't take a sabbatical. You didn't even go on vacation. So why should your retirement savings? Welcome to the new Scottrade. Whether you know where you're going or need guidance to get there, we're here to help. Now is your moment.
Duracell Quantum lasts longer, so Kevin Jorgensen can power through the night.
test range, you learn what makes our heating and cooling systems so reliable. If there's a breaking point, we'll find it.
Or shipped around the globe. It's handled by OD employees who know that delivering freight means delivering promises. OD, helping the world keep promises.
Welcome back to Hannity. A big night for Donald Trump after he won all 5 GOP primary contests tonight. Here with reaction, former Speaker of the House, Fox News contributor Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, I know we delayed your appearance here tonight. I appreciate you bearing with us. All right, look at the numbers Bill Hemmer just gave us. 105 of 118 available bound delegates tonight. Then you've got 54 unbound delegates, of which many have said and pledged that they will support Trump or the winner of their district. Looks like most of Pennsylvania went that way. So you got Trump very clearly approaching 1,000 tonight in terms of delegates. You said in your newsletter that tonight would tell us a lot. How do you interpret tonight's results?
Well, I think, look, it's an even bigger sweep than I expected. I think Bill Hemmer said that Trump will have carried every single county in all 5 states. That is an astonishing achievement. That means, of course, he's going to get all of the congressionally allocated delegates. So this is a big night for him, and it raises a very interesting question about the mindset of the news media and the mindset of Washington, which is, what is it you think is going to change when you get to the next big fight? Well, why do you think California, where Trump is ahead by at least 18 points, what is it that's going to suddenly go sour for Trump? What is it that's going to go sour for him in Indiana? And you see the momentum building here. I think it'd be very, very hard, virtually impossible, to stop him from winning the nomination at this point. And I think it's fast. I understand why Cruz and Kasich don't agree, but for everybody else who just look at the data, this is an enormous achievement building on New York, and means that he's almost certainly going to have an absolute majority of the delegates before you get to the convention in Cleveland.
Yeah, and the argument that has been made by his opponents is that it's going to be a contested convention. Now, after tonight's results, based on, you're laughing, why you I always know that laugh. I've known you since 1990. Okay, what?
No, look, my question to my good friends who talk about a contested convention is, if Trump comes out of California and New Jersey at somewhere, and I think Bill Hemmer had him above 1250 at that point, what's the contest? He won. And the challenge then for the Republican establishment is to get over it.
I want to pick it up there. Now, this is the back of the show, the back of the hour. We're going to have a nice long segment with you. We'll reset at the top of the hour. We'll have a lot more reaction from Newt Gingrich to tonight's results. We'll also talk about Hillary Clinton, a potential matchup. Laura Ingraham is with us, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Eric Bolling, Willie Robertson, Hemmer at the big board. 2-hour special live edition of Hannity continues, and please stay with us.
Your insurance company won't replace the full value of your totaled new car. The guy says, you picked the wrong insurance plan. No, I picked the wrong insurance company.
With new car replacement, we'll replace the full value of your car, plus depreciation. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Can't afford to let heartburn get in the way? Try Nexium 24-Hour, the #1 selling brand for frequent heartburn. Get complete protection with a leader in frequent heartburn. That's Nexium level protection.
What could America look like if we all looked up and saw the possibilities?
Today, architects are creating the future, designing buildings that breathe.
And homeless shelters that are more home than shelter.
Schools that shout innovation.
Homes where you can keep an eye on your kids and dinner.
And building bridges that serve the greater good.
Working with architects today.
Imagine what we can create together
tomorrow.
American Institute of Architects.
Our vitamins contain no gluten, dairy, or artificial flavors, so we invented a word that means that. Schmorange! And it rhymes with the color of our bottle. Hey baby, make it your first word. Not even close. Reach for the orange, it's 100% Schmorange. Our vitamins contain no gluten, dairy, or artificial flavors, so we invented a word that means that. Schmorange! And it rhymes with the color of our bottle. To help spread the word, we made t-shirts. Reach for the orange. It's 100% Schmorange.
Donald Trump, Greta Van Susteren, in a special town hall event. The frontrunner sounds off in a no-holds-barred sit-down you can't miss. Wednesday on The Record.
Can a car look out for you? Can a car sense danger before you do? And even react quicker than human reflex? Can a car be your sanctuary? What's it like to drive the Hyundai Genesis? You have no idea.
Lease the 2016 Genesis for $279 a month for 36 months. Also available with all-wheel drive. Only at your Hyundai dealer.
I came as fast as I could. What's up? This isn't public yet. What isn't? We've been attacked. The network? Shh. When did this happen? Over the last 6 months. How did we miss it? We caught it, just not in time. Who? How? Not sure. Probably offshore. Foreign? Pros. What did they get? What didn't they get? I need to call Mike. Don't use your phone.
It's not just security, it's defense. BAE Systems.
You own mutual funds? You may be paying fees and costs of up to 5% and not even know it. Fisher Investments isn't a mutual fund, and we don't have hidden fees. Do you own an annuity? Your broker may have made a commission of 8% or more when he sold it to you. Are you sure he had your best interests in mind? At Fisher Investments, we're not brokers, and we don't earn commissions on trades or by selling you products. With our model, as your portfolio grows, we grow.
Call now to learn why company founder and Forbes columnist Ken Fisher hates annuities and thinks you should too. We'll send you our free report, Annuity Insights. Find out the disadvantages of many annuities, how they can complicate your tax situation and may tie up your wealth, and what to do if you want out. Read our free report, Annuity Insights. It can help save you from financial heartache. Call Fisher Investments today. Call now 1-800-880-6611. 1-800-880-6611.
And welcome back to the special 2-hour edition of Hannity. We'll get back to Newt Gingrich in just a few minutes. We have Laura Ingraham coming up, but as you can see, we're back at the Bill Hemmer big board. All right, I want to go particularly 105 of 118 delegates so far. That right. Might change tonight.
Could be a little higher, but not by much.
Not by a lot. Maybe 107,
could
108.
Could he hit 110? He could. Okay. But listen, I think the Trump people thought even today, if they were at 80 or even 90, that would be a blowout night. But this is
beyond what they expected. I want to go here, though. We've got less than 2 minutes.
Pennsylvania?
I want to go to Pennsylvania. I want you to explain one more time, because Trump won the state of Pennsylvania, so we got 17 delegates for winning the state.
That's right.
Now, there are 54 unbound delegates. People in Pennsylvania actually voted for delegate names not associated with the candidates. Tell us what this...
And what the Trump team did in the final week is that they put a list out of delegates who would vote for Trump on the first ballot in Cleveland. So you could see that on the ballot, by the way. You could see that name if you were paying that close attention.
This is interesting because this might be the first example. They brought in a new team specifically for delegate.
Could be.
And Paul Manafort.
Yeah, could be.
Are we seeing maybe that?
I think so. I was just watching this tick behind you. I think you make a good point about that, too. And I'm not inside the campaign. I can't say for sure. Maybe that was in the works, but it appears that you might be right. This is Pittsburgh, by the way. 90% of the votes over,
it's a big number.
50%.
Go to Philly. What do we got in Philly?
Philly down here, obviously in the southeast. This is Delaware County. So these are this is Philadelphia. These are the collar counties around the city. These are 57%. You come out here to Montgomery County, almost at 50%. You pop down here to Chester County, plus 44.
Let's go to the 3 counties. Do we have any numbers coming back in those 3 counties? 3 outstanding, nothing at all so far?
From these, the ones you see in gray are information's not in. King County, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. There was a huge rally that Trump had in Pennsylvania yesterday. That was right around, it was Lucerne County. Let me get it right here. Just southwest of Scranton. Big turnout.
All right, we got to take a break. We're going to come back. We have Bill Hemmer at the big board all night. We'll be watching the delegate count very, very closely. We also have Newt Gingrich. He'll come back, full analysis, what this means for the state of the Republican Party. Is there a contested convention or not? Laura Ingraham joins us. We have our panel, Willie Robertson, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Eric Bolling, and so much more as we continue tonight on Hannity.
It's intelligent enough to warn of danger from virtually anywhere. It's been smashed and driven. It's perceptive enough to detect other vehicles on the road. It's been shaken and pummeled. It's innovative enough to brake by itself, park itself, and help you steer. It's been in the rain and dragged through the mud. The 2016 GLE. It's where brains meet brawn. Lease the GLE 350 for $599 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer.
What did you take?
You took my hair.
You took my husband, my grandmother,
my dad. You tried to take me.
You try to take everyone, but I won't let you.
We will stop you with therapies,
with immune cells, genetic testing,
clinical trials,
and cutting-edge research. We will stop you
by treating every single patient just like family.
And cancer,
you're going to lose.
And we are going to win.
We hear a lot about bringing illegal aliens out of the shadows, giving them driver's licenses, welfare benefits, health care at American taxpayer expense. Here's a better idea. Bring Americans out of the shadows, the millions who've lost jobs to foreign workers, the victims of crime thanks to broken borders, American kids whose places in college were taken by illegal aliens. It's time for Americans to come out of the shadows and speak up at fairus.org, paid for by the Federation for American Immigration Reform.
We set out to reinvent investing because most traditional firms were comfortable with their high fees and low accountability. Every firm should help lower taxes and offer advice that helps you keep more of what's yours. Every firm. We all want to retire knowing that we've made the most of our money. So we set out to reinvent investing. And we created Betterment.
Real is touching a ray. Amazing is moving like one. Real is making new friends. Amazing is getting this close. Real is an animal rescue. Amazing is over 27,000 of them. There is only one place where real and amazing live. SeaWorld. Real amazing.
Mr. Kendall, I need to ask you a favor. Not really a favor, just like... Todd makes more than I do, and he's only worked here for 2 years. You know, I'm also a really great leader. Really have things... Do it.
Secret, stress tested for women.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
For people with heart failure, tomorrow is not a given. But Entresto is a medicine that helps make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, tomorrow.
I love you. Tomorrow.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto helped more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow.
Ask your heart doctor about Entresto and help make tomorrow possible.
You're only a day away.
And welcome back to this 2-hour edition, live edition of Hannity. Donald Trump, he goes 5 for 5 in tonight's primaries. And back with us now for reaction, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. You know, I just got a lot of emails. I think you said they're going to have to get over it, meaning the establishment. You think they're having a hard time dealing with this insurgency year?
Look, I think somebody could have a profitable business just having sort of Trump adjustment classes.
Well, there are psychology classes for those suffering under Trump, I guess, victory syndrome in some cases. But
I mean, you look at the data, and look, there are a lot of things I disagree with Trump about, both on policy and on style. But you look at the data, you look at the degree to which he has assembled millions of Americans, creating a really new movement that is much more aggressive, much more inclusive. And nobody thought he could do it. So when I hear all the people who were wrong for the last year tell me their newest idea, my first question is, why would I believe them now when they have clearly not known what they were talking about for a full year? And that's why I think this is absolutely one of the most amazing experiences in American political history. And as a historian and as somebody who's been a pretty reasonably successful politician, I am absolutely fascinated by what we're living through.
He said in his speech tonight that Hillary would be easier to beat than any of the Republicans he went up against. Now, in hypothetical head-to-head matchups, the most recent one, it's 46-43 within the margin of error. Others have had Hillary in the lead. Do you think he would beat Hillary Clinton?
Well, A, I think he beat her. And second, my point would be, why would we think any of us understand what a Trump general election campaign will be until we see it? He's going to turn with the same energy, the same drive, the same risk-taking. He's going to follow his own gut. He's not going to follow Paul Manafort. He's not going to follow Lewandowski. He's not going to follow anybody, Chris Christie, who he may admire a great deal. But Trump got to this point in his life with a very intense focus on his intuition, his gut instincts, his willingness to gamble. And my guess is that he would run a campaign against Hillary unlike anything we've ever seen a Republican do, at least since Theodore Roosevelt back in 1904. I mean, it would be so inclusive, so aggressive, and have so many appeals to people that normally never hear from a Republican that I think it would really be fascinating.
Let's talk about Donald Trump tomorrow. He's giving a foreign policy speech. From what I understand, this is going to be the real deal, a real speech, sort of like what he gave at AIPAC. We heard him tonight for 35 minutes. Evaluate his tone, his pitch, his cadence, the things that he was saying. He sounded optimistic. I'll bring jobs back. Businesses aren't going far away. I will be competitive. I will make better trade deals. We will make America great again. That's resonating.
I think if people would, when I say people, I mean the Washington elites and the New York elites, if they would drop their assumptions about who Donald Trump is and actually listen to him for a while. This was a pretty sophisticated conversation tonight. You may disagree with him about certain things. I supported NAFTA back when he passed it, so obviously I'd have some defensiveness there. But he's making a sophisticated argument about the nature of the world. His statement about nuclear weapons is exactly right. You have to be idiotically out of touch with reality to think that global warming is as dangerous as nuclear weapons. And Trump, in that sense, is a much more realistic person about national security than the current commander-in-chief. So I listened to him, and I was actually impressed. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, and you and I have been kidding about this now for 2 months. I think he got through the entire evening without one lying Ted.
Well, we did get a couple of crooked Hillarys in there.
Well, but that's all right. That's the next fight. I just want to get him out of the last fight. He won the last fight.
That's an important point you're making in this sense. If you follow social media, the antipathy, the anger, the hostility, the rhetoric going back and forth, Cruz supporters hating Trump supporters hating Cruz supporters. I mean, it's been as intense as any election I've ever followed in my life, and we've been through a couple together, and I was emceeing the night you became Speaker of the House in 1994. Does that go away? Like, for example, I would expect if I'm a Cruz supporter, I'm saying we're going to Indiana, we're going to California, we're going to New Mexico, and we're fighting.
They have every right to fight all the way to the end. I mean, football teams don't stop in the third quarter. Basketball teams don't stop with 3 minutes still on the clock. I mean, they have an absolute obligation, and totally legitimate to campaign. I'm saying as an outside analyst, I don't see how they get there, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't try. The burden, and this will be interesting to watch, the burden is about to shift onto Donald Trump's shoulders. He is, as he said tonight himself, the presumptive nominee. Now that means the guy who's got to unify the party ain't Ted Cruz, ain't John Kasich, not Reince Priebus. The guy who's got to unify the party is the presumptive nominee, namely Donald Trump.
I asked you a question on radio today. I want to repeat the question, not to hear myself talk, but We had 17 really impressive people start this process. Governor Perry, Governor Bobby Jindal, John Kasich's record in Ohio, if he doesn't get it, Marco Rubio, Scott Walker, Carly Fiorina. I can go through the whole list, then we could add people that didn't run, like Nikki Haley and maybe some others. Would it be wise, would it be smart to maybe put a coalition together, announce to the country, this is going to be my vice president, my secretary of state, my secretary of defense, Dr. Carson, Health and Human Services? Would that be a wise, maybe unconventional idea from an unconventional candidate that could work? And Ted Cruz to the Supreme Court.
Look, it's certainly worth considering, and I agree with you. I thought that this was the greatest depth of capability that we have seen in a Republican nominating process in my lifetime. You look at the total 17, there was a remarkable level of talent that started down this road. And Cruz, Trump can take, I think, some satisfaction in the notion that he's still standing. I mean, there were a lot of first-rate personalities out there, any one of whom you would have thought had a fair shot at winning this thing. And he just gradually outgrew all of them, out-argued all of them, turned out to have skills none of us thought he did. And a lot of this, it certainly to me is a big surprise. Clifton and I have known, as you know, we've known Donald a good while. I had no idea he had this level of talent and this ability to put together a majority.
To be very fair, though, even though the last Fox poll had Trump up by 8 in Indiana and the previous poll up by 6, you have this alliance that took place between Kasich and Cruz. It didn't get a lot of good favorable reaction from what I saw on social media, but on top of that, there were a lot of reports tonight that Ted Cruz may in fact even announce a vice presidential candidate as a means of bringing energy to his campaign. You're shaking your head before I even finish the question. Why is that? We're friends, so you can do that. That's fine.
Look, there are two parts to this. The first is you have two guys who are the weaker of the three candidates, bringing weakness to each other, because in a year when people are angry about politics and they're angry about deal making, to be openly, publicly trying to make a deal like this personifies everything people are already mad about. Second, and I think Trump is exactly right about this, you don't start thinking about the vice presidential nominee till you have the delegates. The idea that the guy who's losing is now going to announce his vice presidential nominee doesn't make any sense at all to me, because it makes it look like the person's out of touch with reality. I mean, aren't they aware of the fact that they're not winning?
Let me go through this last question, and I promise I'll let you go home and go to sleep. I know you had a long trip back from Europe. So as of tonight, Trump has won 27 state or territory. Of those contests, he's won 27. Cruz has won 11. Rubio's won 3. Kasich has won 1. If he falls short, 50 delegates, let's just say, will they be able to take it away from him at that convention? No. And what would be the reaction if they did?
Look, you would have a nationwide movement bringing pressure to bear on Cleveland. Now, the other side can't offer this. I mean, the other side, remember, right now is characterized by Stop Trump. They're not characterized by positives. They're not characterized by here's the better future. They're Stop Trump. But Trump represents a very profound rebellion against the current political establishment. And those millions of people, the people who are showing up at all of these big rallies, those millions of people are going to do whatever it takes. I mean, you could have an amazing number of people coming to Cleveland if they thought this was going to get stolen.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you for staying with us so late. We appreciate it.
Good.
And coming up, a lot more reaction to tonight's primary results. We have analysis. Laura Ingraham, Eric Bolling, Willie Robertson is here in studio with his beard and everything. Also, Kimberly Guilfoyle. They will all join us as Hannity continues. Stay right there.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
Does nobody use a turn signal anymore?
If a denture were to be put under a microscope, we can see all the bacteria that still exists. Polident's unique MicroClean formula works in just 3 minutes, killing 99.99% of odor-causing bacteria for a cleaner, fresher, brighter denture every day.
Aw, it was epic. I can't believe I got it.
That's my boy.
Oh, look.
That's my boy.
You're proud to give each other your best every day. And at Banquet, we want to give you our best. That's why we're adding 20% more chicken to our chicken pot pies with golden flaky crusts.
That's my mom.
Now serving a better Banquet.
Try friending the way it was meant to be. And start now at the Bass Pro Shops Workender event and sale with great deals throughout the store. Plus, experience the key to the perfect weekend with SunTracker pontoon boats.
Welcome to Smarter Investing. At Betterment, we've created automated investing to help people make better financial decisions and reach their goals. We make your life better by helping you manage your money, invest for your personal goals, and stay on track for retirement. The revolution of smarter, more straightforward, personalized investing has started, and we're leading the way.
Sorry. There's just so many itches. I have to deal with bug bites, dry skin, rashes, eczema, psoriasis. Yeah, I kind of have it all.
Well, you know there is a better way. Do you know that Blue Emu Anti-Itch is the one cream that fixes every itch? Plus, it has the highest concentration of hydrocortisone available without a prescription.
Wow, this is great. I kind of need to return these other creams now.
O'Reilly here. How much longer will Americans tolerate foreign criminals hurting us and the government looking the other way? Next factor.
Ryan Dungey looks to repeat as champion as Roxanne Anderson and Tom Atkins closer and make their run for the title. Monster Energy Supercross featuring Toyota, the official vehicle of Supercross, and brought to you by Motorcycle Mall this Saturday at MetLife Stadium.
Finding colon cancer early gives me the best chance for treatment.
We got screened because I know colon cancer doesn't always come with symptoms.
I was worried about the cost, but got screened when I learned there are options.
My doctor helped me find the right test for me.
We got screened when we turned 50.
We're so glad we did.
If you're 50 or older, talk with your healthcare provider. There's more than one way to screen for colon cancer, and it's easier than ever. If you are 50 or older, get screened for colon cancer.
This Saturday, don't miss the last race before the Supercross finals. Who will take the win at MetLife Stadium? Monster Energy Supercross featuring Toyota, the official vehicle of Supercross. This Saturday at MetLife Stadium.
We are really honored by this night, and I'm really honored to have hit over 60 in virtually every race with 3 people in the race. I started off with 17. I'm down now. I'm winning it. It's over. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. These 2 guys cannot win. There's no path. So why would I change? You know, if you have a football team and you're winning, and then you get to the Super Bowl, you don't change your quarterback, right? So I'm not changing.
All right, Donald Trump earlier tonight addressing supporters after he swept all 5 Republican races. Here now with reaction, editor-in-chief of LifeZet.com, Fox News contributor Laura Ingraham. Is he the presumptive nominee, in your opinion?
Well, I think, you know, I would say yes. I mean, I know everybody's spinning out these fantasies that Indiana is going to change the momentum, and then we're going to go to California, and Cruz and Kasich together are going to peel away, you know, dozens and dozens of districts. I mean, I guess that could happen. Anything could happen. But I think if it were anybody but Trump, the party would be, you know, rallying, and people would be basically wrapping this up. And I don't want to take anything away from Ted Cruz, who's run a fantastic campaign, and I guess if there's a landslide movement in Indiana, a real sea change for some reason, and I don't know what it could be, it could change. But right now, in my home state of Connecticut, I can tell you the people who are contacting me today and tonight from Connecticut are saying, finally, we have someone who speaks for us, and they are telling me they have not felt that way since 1984, Okay, these are my family, friends, high school friends, college friends, Rhode Island, Connecticut, not too far away in Maryland. This is a profound thing, and I know a lot of the Never Trump people are upset, and I get that, and they're maybe somewhat bitter
do you think they hold
tonight.
to that? Do you think they hold to that, though? In other words, I've never liked Never Trump, Never Cruz. I've never liked the infighting. I don't like the hostility on social media. Yeah. Do you think they stand there when they're going to compare and contrast whoever the Republican candidate is? All right, Trump now really, if you look at it, he's won 27 contests. Cruz has won 11. Impressive wins on his part. But after tonight, Trump will have about 3 million more votes than Ted Cruz, his next closest competitor. Indiana is certainly not over. Indiana, you got to get to 1237. Cruz is going all in there. You see the Kasich Cruz alliance. Do you see any path for preventing Trump from getting that number?
Yeah, there's a possible path, but when we're reading pieces tonight, Sean, that Kasich's allies on the ground in Indiana, his people, his grassroots, are now in rebellion, according to Politico, about this deal. They're like, wait a second, we just spent the last 10 months pounding the pavement for you, and now you're telling us we have to be quiet, and not speak publicly on your behalf. So, I think it was maybe the only play they had to do this deal. That's kind of not even a deal, but I guess it's the only play they had. But so far, I just think it's gone over like a lead balloon. My callers today on my radio show were just over the top, including a lot of Cruz supporters. And they called and they said, look, my whole family's for Cruz, but this is the last straw. I mean, I can't tell you how many callers just today in Indiana who called in to say that. That struck me.
What's fascinating is the millions of more Republicans that have come out this year than in 2008 and 2012.
Right.
Republican Party always talks about wanting to expand their base. Clearly, the base is being expanded. Certainly, issues that have not been discussed as passionately in previous elections, involving issues of trade and immigration and building a wall and other issues, seem to be resonating. Blue-collar workers seem to be coming back. Reagan Democrats seem to be coming back to the party. But yet, establishment seems to want no part of that. I could even see some of them being... Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Sean. I just think that what we see now is that the conservatives, and those are mostly represented by Cruz, and the populists are dominating the Republican Party. The Bushism is over. That's gone. That's just been totally rejected. There is no audience for Bushism, period. This is no audience at all. So this is a great moment. People should savor this moment. And all of our friends that we really love. We love these people who write for National Review and other folks, and I know they're mad. But I'm going to say to them, the life for conservatism will be much worse if Hillary becomes president of the United States, because the party splits in two at the convention, Sean. And it's for the television cameras to see a disaster at the convention. If we go into that convention without unity, it's over. Hillary wins this race. We've lost the Supreme Court for our lifetime. And I think if Trump and Cruz can somehow come together at the end of all of this, and we can bring this party together, I think the sky is the limit. New England just voted for a populist conservative tonight. New England. I grew up in Connecticut. I lived in my family's from Massachusetts and Rhode Island. I lived in New Hampshire. There is a populist wave sweeping this country, and it's real. And to reject it and to dismiss it and to demean it is not going to get these conservatives any policy victories that they want. I think conservatism and populism has to work together for the betterment of the country. We have to put our egos in the back seat.
I have to let Laura go, otherwise she's going to get arrested. We don't. If it happens, I would promise I'll be.
Don't say that.
I will. She only knows what I'm talking about here. This is a real deal.
Yeah.
We don't want Laura Ingraham arrested,
Thank
but
you.
I will come. I'll bring a cake with a file in it. That's a promise, all right?
Thank you, Sean.
All right.
As long as I get off easier than Hillary. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Well, you won't be wearing an orange jumpsuit and shoes without laces. All right,
my
thank
color.
you.
Not my color. Thanks.
Before we go, quick programming note. All right, my friend and colleague, Greta Van Van Susteren. She is hosting a town hall with Donald Trump. It's in Indiana. Now, if you live in and around Indianapolis and you want to attend tomorrow's event, just go to GretaWire.com and find out how you can be a part of the audience. Coming up, our good friends from the Five, Eric Bolling, Kimberly Guilfoyle, and that guy with the beard, well, you know him. Willie Robertson is here in the house as we continue. Straight ahead.
Anyone who can get out right now. Do not look up, just go.
Somehow these stock market clowns lost $800 million. I'll get you some answers.
There's a reason he interrupted you on live TV.
I just want to know where my money went.
Find out anything you can.
You have no idea how high this goes. These guys could expose everything. They're shooting at me, not you. Don't!
Money Monster, rated R, May 13th.
The pursuit of healthier. It begins from the second we're born. Because healthier doesn't happen all by itself. It needs to be earned every day, using wellness to keep away illness, and believing a single life can be made better by millions of others. As a health services and innovation company, Optum powers modern healthcare by connecting every part of it. So while the world keeps searching for healthier, we're here to make healthier happen. Optum. Healthier is here.
It's intelligent enough to warn of danger from virtually anywhere. It's been smashed and driven. It's perceptive enough to detect other vehicles on the road. It's been shaken and pummeled. It's innovative enough to brake by itself, park itself, and help you steer. It's been in the rain and dragged through the mud. The 2016 GLE. It's where brains meet brawn. Lease the GLE 350 for $599 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer.
I take pictures of sunrises, but with my back pain, I couldn't sleep and get up in time. Then I found Aleve PM.
Aleve PM is the only one to combine a safe sleep aid plus the 12-hour pain-relieving strength of Aleve.
I'm back.
Aleve PM for a better AM.
Babbel is the smart new way to learn a language on your computer or mobile device. It's easy to use, effective, and it's fun. With Babbel, learn a language at your own pace and track your progress with simulated real-life conversations, vocabulary trainers, and hundreds of intuitive online lessons. Download the app or go to Babbel.com right now and try it for free. Learn languages. Babbel.
Growing up, we were German. We danced in a German dance group. I wore lederhosen. When I first got on Ancestry, I was really surprised that I wasn't finding all of these Germans in my tree. I decided to have my DNA tested through Ancestry DNA. The big surprise was we're not German at all. 52% of my DNA comes from Scotland and Ireland. So I traded in my lederhosen for a kilt.
Ancestry has many paths to discovering your story. Get started for free at Ancestry.com.
Innovative Sonicare technology with up to 27% more brush movements versus Oral-B. Get healthier gums in 2 weeks guaranteed. Innovation in you. Philips Sonicare. Save when you buy the most loved rechargeable toothbrush brand in America.
You focus on making great burgers, or building the best houses in town, or becoming the next highly unlikely.com superstar. In us, we'll be right there with you, helping with the questions you need answered to get your brand new business started. We're LegalZoom, and we've already partnered with over 1 million new business owners to do just that. Check us out today to see how you can become one of them. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
How do you pick a man on the second or third or fourth ballot who has millions of votes, 5-6 million votes less than Trump, and I'm the one that brought all these people into the party. That's why the Republican Party is up almost 70% from 4 years ago. And you know what's going to happen? Those people, at a minimum, they're going to be very upset, very angry, but at a minimum, they're just not going to vote. Everybody is talking about the party worldwide, how hot the Republican Party. You know, some people used to say it stayed. Well, the Democrats are 35% down from 4 years ago. The Republicans are almost 70% up from 4 years ago. So, I mean, that's an amazing tribute. And that's not because of, believe me, that's not because of Kasich or Cruz. That's because of me.
All right, Donald Trump, earlier tonight after sweeping all 5 primaries, and that is Maryland, Delaware, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania. KG, look, we all were factoring this in, and I'm getting notes from some Cruz people, and they're saying, wait, but this isn't over yet, this isn't over yet, and people are saying, all right, so let's talk about the path that others might have. They can't, neither Kasich or Cruz can get to 1237. They need to stop Trump from getting there. They started the alliance. How does that work out for them?
I mean, this just wasn't like a sweep, this was a leg sweep. I mean, he pretty much took everybody out with this, and yet I think this begins and ends then in Indiana, because how can you even try and recover the other candidates after this kind of momentum, 5 decisive wins coming on the heels of a huge victory in New York. So he's definitely got the momentum with him, and then also we saw definite improvement with the ground game tonight as well in PA and getting those unbound delegates. So I think that is going to be very important going forward, and I think the emphasis and addition of Paul Manafort in Indiana will help as well.
It's interesting because they really were a skeletal staff. I mean, I've been out on the road with them, and it was like Trump
dirty dozen.
And Corey and Hope, and that was it. So for the first time, he's actually built a team, which all campaigns had earlier on. Was that a disadvantage, Eric?
No, I think he did a great job, and Corey and Hope and
no, I'm saying they did a great job.
They brought him there, and then they brought in Manafort when they realized they were losing. There's some delegate leakage when Cruz was going around getting Louisiana delegates and Colorado and North Dakota delegates, and they realized, oh, we have to tie that up. They bring Manafort in, and he does that. Sean, I've been here for 6 months, 7 months, saying I see the path to 1237 for Trump. I'll do it again tonight. There's a path to 1237 for Trump. A couple of numbers very quickly. Trump points out, I think his numbers were a little off. Here are the real numbers. The Republicans are 64% higher turnout this year than 2012.
Isn't that amazing?
The Democrats are down 20%. That tells you some Democrats are coming over to vote in the Republican side, and he's getting a lot of them. The anti-Trump crowd, the never-Trump crowd, has always said, oh, he's got a ceiling at 30 or he has a ceiling at 40. Then it became a ceiling at 50. He just blew right through the ceiling at 50 tonight, and an NBC poll had him at 50% on the presidential election, on the GOP side. That one, forget those numbers. And here's another one. Going into tonight, Trump had 2.1 million more votes than Mitt Romney had at this exact same point in time. And at that time, everyone was behind Mitt Romney.
And 2.3 million more than Ted Cruz, who, by the way, has a very impressive run so far.
On a great campaign.
And
3 million more after tonight.
Probably 3 million after tonight.
It's 2.95 million more after tonight.
Yeah. All right, so go through your path. How do you get there? We were going over those.
How many times? You've done this for how many years? 30, 40, 50 years, right? It's all about momentum.
30, 40, 50. I'm 95 years old. Thanks so much for telling everybody.
The momentum, right? So there's politics, momentum, time, and money. Money's out of the question.
KG is much nicer on the 5. I love the 5, but I'm really taking sides
now.
We're
the same exact age. So, okay, if we've been doing this for, let's say, 35 years. Momentum and time now. He's got all the time in the world now. Cruz is running out for Cruz, and time's running out for Kasich. But Donald Trump has momentum. Indiana brings him into California.
But the number of states are also profound. 27. We're talking about states, territories the candidates have won. He's won 27, Cruz 11, Rubio 3, and Kasich 1.
Last thought, if you're an unbound delegate and there are some 150 of them out there floating around right now, and they see this big mass momentum getting behind Donald Trump, what are you going to do? Throw your vote against up to someone else?
Let me bring my friend Willie in here.
Get your wagon.
So I had you and your dad on the show, and you were both debating. He supports Ted Cruz. You support Donald Trump. If Trump wins, how would your dad react to that?
Oh, he'll be fine. He's already said that he would support Mr. Trump, and he's
not going to vote for Hillary under any circumstances.
He doesn't like what's on the other side of this. No, he met with Cruz, and they shot a spot, and which I didn't know about, and then I got home and I said, "What'd you do?" And
by the way, that was a pretty cool spot.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, until he said that we were all backing Cruz,
and then meanwhile you're the family rebel, and you came out.
Well, I call him.
I know you do the prayer around the dinner table. Is any chicken legs being thrown back and forth?
No. He's fine. He's fine with
any duck wings being thrown over there.
Whoever it's going to be, he's fine with. And that's how our family works. And we have some arguments about it, which is
you go around the country. You in many ways you're like a preacher, and you speak in a lot of churches. You speak to a lot of different groups. What are people telling you as you go to the different parts of the country? One of the things that Bill Hemmer was saying at the big board is, okay, Trump is organizing in the Northeast, in the Mid-Atlantic states, in the southern states, out in the Pacific. We'll see in the Pacific Northwest soon enough.
They say I don't look like a preacher, so that's what they tell me.
Yeah.
This is not a preachery look, but what I'm hearing is that people really want change. I do see the anger, but I do see them want something to change, really in all of it. So if you're anti-politician, it's a great year, I think, to be Trump. I think Cruz, he just made a big mistake with this alliance thing right here at the end. I think he was going to have to play it perfect to actually take him on. I mean, if you just could look back at what Trump has done, he just got into politics, and here he is just steamrolling everyone. And then right here at the end, I think it looked weak, and I think it didn't help him anyway.
You don't think it helped
to
him?
team up and then.
But you know, Kimberly, some of the exit polls tonight confirm issues we have all talked about now for a long time. Pennsylvania, 60% of Republicans feel betrayed by Washington Republicans. That is a massive number. It's not immigration. 39% talk about the economy and jobs. I keep mentioning every night we have 95 million Americans out of the labor force, 50 million in poverty, 46 million on food stamps. 57% are very worried about the economy. 83% believe an outsider is the one that's going to be able to fix it. 71% believe the country is in desperate need of change. How do you interpret all of that data?
Well, I think that he's really encapsulated that movement and that feeling, that emotion, that energy, that passion to see something new in the country. And those polls and other polls that we've seen after other primary elections really substantiate that. But you see that this is an electorate that is ready to move. They're ripe for it. And he was the guy that came in at the time and was able to connect with them. And yes, he ran an unconventional campaign, but guess what? He's right. He's saying, why would I switch up my game? You know, you go to the Super Bowl with what you know, how it works, and what moves
you
the ball.
worry about party unity?
Yeah, I do. I'll tell you why. As an attorney, as a prosecutor, I'm very concerned about the U.S. Supreme Court, and I'm telling you, if the Republicans go into this, just like Laura Ingraham said, they go into that convention, they're not united, you might as well hand it over and not even show up at any other, further convention stuff going forward, because it's going to be game over.
Eric, he's going to start a series of policy speeches. He starts tomorrow on foreign policy. He has one upcoming on judicial philosophy, where he told me the other night in an interview that he will give the names of only the 10 or 12 people that he would ever consider for the Supreme Court. They will be either Antonin Scalia-like or Justice Thomas-like. Good. Will that maybe help conservatives that support Ted Cruz, that may have doubts about Trump as he moves forward?
I would hope that they took what Donald Trump did with Paul Manafort and said, hey, he can surround himself with people that know things that he may not know, the areas that he may not have experience in, and bring them into the fold, and he'll make some good policy decisions. I mean, there's some concern about that, but he did great with the delegate process. That list of data you just outlined right there, and the exit poll stuff, what Americans are really worried about, that should be his basically campaign philosophy against Hillary Clinton when he becomes the nominee.
Agreed.
Instead of fighting with Ted Cruz and John Kasich, turn it over to her and say, you want 8 more years of Obama policy and Hillary Clinton? You get 8 more years of that.
Willie, let me throw this last question at you. Ted Cruz and John Kasich made the case. They say they do better in head-to-head matchups. Interesting battleground poll yesterday. It was within the margin of error, Trump versus Hillary. Do you buy that argument? And if they make that argument, why aren't they doing better in terms of primary voting?
I don't buy that argument at all, because if you go back to when Trump first started and you looked at polls and you've seen how they've changed, especially once he started getting momentum and steamrolling people, and you saw things change. I think Hillary's a terrible candidate. I think she got trounced.
Awful. I mean,
I think she got trounced by Obama. She's probably better then than she is now, because now she has all this other baggage. People don't like her, and I think she's very beatable. And once it gets down to 2, I think you'll see the polls change, and you'll see these people start moving. I just, that's a bad argument.
All right. Thank you guys for being with us. Good to see you all. Great to have you in town, by the way. Now, programming note, don't forget, right after the show, in 26 minutes from right now, KG, Eric Bolling, and of course, all our friends at The 5, they will be live for analysis and continuing coverage. And coming up, we have more reaction to tonight's 5 primary races. We got Tucker Carlson, Geraldo Rivera, Monica Crowley will all weigh in as we continue tonight on Hannity.
Donald Trump, Greta Van Susteren in a special town hall event. The frontrunner sounds off in a no-holds-barred sit-down you can't miss. Wednesday on The Record.
We've got to build the economy for the future. Abundant American oil and natural gas can give us a real leg up. More affordable energy, better jobs, more money for our communities. That's going to work for generations to come. I'm Melanie, and I'm an energy voter.
I am Benedict Arnold, the infamous traitor, and I know a thing or two about trading. So I trade with E-Trade, where true traders trade on a trademark trade platform that has all
the computer, traitor!
I won't.
I asked my dentist if an electric toothbrush was going to clean better than a manual. He said sure, but don't get just anyone. Get one inspired by dentists with a round brush head.
Go pro with Oral-B. Oral-B's rounded brush head cups your teeth to break up plaque and rotates to sweep it away. And Oral-B delivers a clinically proven superior clean versus Sonicare Diamond Clean.
My mouth feels super clean.
Oral-B. Know you're getting a superior clean.
I'm never going back to a manual brush.
Your brain is an amazing thing, but as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Hi, I'm Michelle Klein. I ended up picking Weebly to build my website because that's how people shop these days. Weebly is easy to use, super intuitive, fun actually. A huge part of my business is the e-commerce. People from all over the world have bought products from me, so that's great, being the small company that I am. What made me want to start this business is my love for design, so for me it's actually a fun tool to use. I like the idea of being my own boss.
Go to Weebly.com today and make your dream big.
I have asthma, one of many pieces in my life. So when my asthma symptoms kept coming back on my long-term control medicine, I talked to my doctor and found a missing piece in my asthma treatment with Brio.
Once daily Brio prevents asthma symptoms. Brio's for adults with asthma not well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Brio won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Brio opens up airways to help improve breathing for a full 24 hours. Brio contains a type of medicine that increases the risk of death from asthma problems and may increase the risk of hospitalization in children and adolescents. Brio is not for people whose asthma is well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Once your asthma is well controlled, your doctor will decide if you can stop Brio and prescribe a different asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Do not take Brio more than prescribed. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
Ask your doctor if 24-hour Brio could be a missing piece for you. See if you're eligible for 12 months free at mybrio.com.
What could America look like
if we all looked up and saw the possibilities?
Today, architects are creating the future, designing buildings that breathe.
And homeless shelters that are more home than shelter.
Schools that shout innovation.
Homes where you can keep an eye on your kids and dinner.
And building bridges that serve the greater good.
Working with architects today.
Imagine what we can create together
tomorrow.
American Institute of Architects.
At the Joseph A. Bank Buy One Get One Free sale, suits and sport coats are on sale. Plus, buy one, get one free. And buy one, get one free on even more throughout the store. Plus, take an extra 40% off clearance items. Only at Joseph A. Bank.
Look, we need energy. Some say, gotta rely on alternatives. Wind, solar, or stick with oil, natural gas, traditional energy. Try this, all of the above. Now that's real energy security. I'm Maggie, and I'm an energy voter.
The other day, Mr. Trump accused me of playing the, quote, woman card. Well, if fighting for women's health care and paid family leave and equal pay is playing the woman card, then deal me in.
I'll do far more for women than Hillary Clinton will ever do, including, remember this, including protecting our country, because she will not be good with the military. She will not be good with protecting our country.
All right, that was Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump trading jabs earlier tonight. So is this a preview of coming attractions? Here with reaction, we have Fox News contributor Tucker Carlson, Fox News senior correspondent Geraldo Rivera, and Fox News contributor, and she's with the Washington Times, Monica Crowley. All right, Geraldo, I find her speeches, and don't take this the wrong way, because I know he's going to take it the wrong way. I find it unlistenable. She like screams them. What is that?
The fact that she is at times screechy. I think what I would do if I were her. Let me finish. If I were
laughing because if
I were her, I would have an audio engineer give her an earpiece where she can hear what the microphone is hearing, and I think it would solve the problem. I don't understand how these professional politicians haven't taken care of what is essentially a technical problem. She says like this, and I'm not going to come with it because she's playing to the crowd instead of to the microphone. It's a simple fix. But let me say,
you know what I love about you? You're so honest, and you can get away with it because of your politics. Right. If I said what you just said, right, I'm in trouble.
Well, one more point on that. I think that Donald Trump can and should go after Bill Clinton as he has very effectively with Monica Lewinsky and using that as the women's movement.
Coming from you, I am shocked.
But he cannot savage Hillary Clinton.
Well, if it's not over, it's hurtling toward over. The shock among Republicans in Washington is a sight to behold. They really believe that voters out there in the states are dangerously out of touch with Republican pundits and donors. I mean, they really believe that, and they've gotten to the point where they're blaming voters for something they can't control. So the new idea is, well, voters are just stupid and they're liberal, they're just not conservative. This coming from the exact same people who refused to secure our borders in the Republican Party, who sent Americans to die in order to nation build in the Middle East. They're lecturing conservatives in the states, well, you're not really a conservative, as if they're the only ones who get to define what that is.
Here's an important question I want to ask you, though. Will they sabotage? Will they want the Republican insurgent presidential candidate to lose so they can say, see, we told you how dumb you are?
Well, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing right now. I mean, of course. I mean, no one's even making an affirmative case against Trump. They're saying, well, he's just racist. I mean, they're employing the ugliest tactics of the left in order to discredit Trump without defending their own views. Look, if you're for open borders, if you're for more foreign wars, if you think that carried interest ought to stay in the tax code, say so. Make your own case. But they don't. Right, they instead just attack him as just beyond the pale. It tells you everything.
Let's talk about a VP candidate, and then it doesn't have to be Donald Trump. He is probably in many people's minds tonight the presumptive nominee. The number of delegates that we have, at least 105 of 118. You think he's the nominee?
I think he's the nominee.
You think he's the nominee?
Well, I think it looks increasingly likely.
Okay, who would be the best VP if that's the case?
Well, I think he's got some obvious choices. Number one would be Ted Cruz, because he's given Donald Trump a real run for his money. Second choice, I think, Marco Rubio, who he said some nice things about, and Rubio has returned the favor over the last week. He's still got a number of delegates that could come into play.
Ohio.
John Kasich, his whole mission was to prove that he could, as running for vice president, running for vice president, that he could deliver the key state of Ohio. He has done that. He has proven that point. Why he's still in this race, I'm not quite sure. But he would also be an obvious choice.
All right, Geraldo's having a heart attack over there. What's the matter?
I think that Kasich is the obvious choice. I am so sad that his eating disorder has been exposed by Donald Trump because I think Donald Trump has diminished him by ranking him out.
Eating disorder?
I think that this goblin. I think now when you see, I really like John Kasich, who was my colleague, our colleague here at Fox News for 3 years. I think in Ohio, my wife's from Cleveland. I think he's enormously popular. He makes all the sense in the world, and I hope that he can be repaid. I have a job for Ted Cruz. He should police bathrooms to make sure none of those transgender people sneak in unless they are biologically appropriate.
Just when you start making a little bit of sense, you go off the deep end. You're almost there for a little bit. Tucker.
Well, but I think we're missing it. Trump can't pick a man, not because he needs to win female voters, he'll do fine, but because he can't share a stage with a man. He instinctively diminishes every man who stands next to him. He needs to be the top guy, and it's just very uncomfortable to watch. He can only exist with a woman. He can
I
only
disagree
share
with
stage.
that. I mean,
really?
you don't think he could share a stage with any of the names that were just mentioned?
No, I don't think he would allow it. I think he really needs to diminish the guy because that's who he is. I'm not attacking him. I'm just watching him carefully.
Wait a minute. But don't successful business people, if you own a business, like for example, we have this television show, I want the best, the smartest, the brightest people surrounding me because that helps me be successful.
Yeah, that's true, but you can't factor out people's instincts, and Trump's instinct is always to be dominant, and that's one of the reasons a lot of his key advisors are women, starting with his daughter, who I think is the most important advisor. It's really tough to see him sharing a ticket with a man.
You agree with that real quick?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with the premise, but I would say he does need a lot of help with female voters, so he might have to choose a woman like
Monica Crowley, maybe.
Well, okay, we could have a draft Monica moment here on Hannity, or Governor Susana Martinez of New Mexico.
Susana Martinez did not have a lot of nice things to say about
You can't do little Marco. Every time you see Marco Rubio, you're going to think little Marco. I think that Kasich can't be rehabilitated.
He can be. Yes,
overeating, one little eating comment.
It wasn't. Kasich. No, I think Kasich is rehabilitated. Rehabilitatable.
Rehabilitatable. All right, we'll put that in the new dictionary. All right, that wasn't a Bo word. All right, so we're pretty good there. All right, guys, thank you all. Coming up, Larry Elder, Peter Johnson Jr., they weigh in on tonight's primary results. Tonight, as Hannity continues, straight ahead.
Let's celebrate these moments. This woman, this cancer patient, Christine, living her life, loving her family. Moments made possible in part by the breakthrough science of advanced genomic testing. After Christine exhausted the standard treatment options for her disease, doctors working with the Center for Advanced Individual Medicine at Cancer Treatment Centers of America suggested advanced genomic testing. The test results revealed a finding that led to the use of a targeted therapy that was not considered for Christine before. Now, they're helping fight her cancer on another, deeper level, the genetic level. This is precision cancer treatment, an approach to care that may help patients like Christine enjoy the things that matter most in their lives while undergoing treatment. The evolution of cancer care is here. That's definitely something worth celebrating. Learn more about precision cancer treatment at cancercenter.com. Appointments are available now.
Real is touching a ray. Amazing is moving like one. Real is making new friends. Amazing is getting this close. Real is an animal rescue. Amazing is over 27,000 of them. There is only one place where real and amazing live. SeaWorld. Real Amazing.
Donald Trump, Greta Van Susteren, in a special town hall event. The frontrunner sounds off in a no-holds-barred sit-down you can't miss. Wednesday on The Record.
We need a simple way for people to conduct customer service. There are no bad ideas.
Carrier pigeons?
There is one bad idea.
We could offer total support on email, chat, Facebook, Twitter, and this new app I just designed.
Simple. I like it.
Sorry.
What was that?
What was what?
Optimum 24/7 support. It's service made simple.
Connect. Collaborate. It's that easy with LightPath Audio and Web Conference. Bring customers and colleagues together on any device, anywhere, anytime. An intuitive interface and one-click connections make online meetings and conference calls simple and more productive, helping your business save time and money. See why collaboration comes easily with LightPath Conference Services. Visit us online today.
The sun will come out tomorrow. For people with heart failure, tomorrow is not a given. But Entresto is a medicine that helps make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto helped more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or Aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow.
Ask your heart doctor about Entresto and help make tomorrow possible.
You're only a day away.
I call her Crooked Hillary. She's crooked. She'll be a horrible president. She knows nothing about job creation. When it came to answering the phone at 3 o'clock in the morning, she was sleeping, okay? She wasn't, with Benghazi and all of the other problems. You look at what she did with Syria. You look at what she's done in so many different ways. She will not be a good president. She doesn't have the strength. She doesn't have the stamina.
Donald Trump earlier tonight, 5 for 5. Joining us with analysis, well, we have Salem Radio and CRN talk show host Larry Elder, Fox News legal analyst Peter Johnson Jr., both attorneys. Let's talk about that. He said, Peter, it would be easier to beat Hillary than any of the 17 that he challenged.
I think he's showing great confidence. He's ready to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head with Hillary Clinton. And nobody, very few people, but for Sean Hannity and a couple of others, understood that he had the capacity and the desire and the ability to be in the position that he is now. And he's saying to America, I can do it. I will do it. I'm not afraid of Hillary Clinton. I'm not afraid of the Democrats. And tomorrow I'm going to be telling you what my foreign policy views are, and then on other issues going forward. So this is a full-throated presidential campaign based on someone who wants to win and is going to show the capacity not only to win, but to lead in America.
Larry, let's talk about this new maybe campaign strategy or maybe a new approach to things. He gave a speech at AIPAC. It went over pretty well. Tomorrow it's foreign policy. Right. We expect judicial philosophy coupled with specific names that he would limit his choice to the Supreme Court so people would know ahead of time. If he becomes the nominee, will this go a long way to helping him? Will this help maybe those millions of conservatives that don't like him that are supporting, say, Ted Cruz?
Well, it's the next obvious step to go. I mean, he's vanquished his opponents. Now he's got to show that he can actually be a president. You know, Sean, I just saw the movie Batman versus Superman, and if I'm Ted Cruz, this is a spoiler alert for people who haven't seen it. If I'm Ted Cruz, I feel like Superman after the beatdown that Batman put on him, and probably almost as big as this 5-state sweep that Donald Trump has had tonight is that poll that you just now mentioned, the GW Battleground poll, which shows him just 3 points behind Hillary. The argument has always been against Donald Trump that, okay, he can galvanize some people, he can get some crossover votes, he's entertaining, he's spontaneous, he's politically incorrect, but he can't beat Hillary. He's already within 3 points of her, at least by this one poll. That is almost as big a deal as what happened tonight.
Do you think he is the presumptive nominee, Peter?
No, I think he is the presumptive nominee. And what he's going to demonstrate going forward is a few issues: reform, rejuvenation, renaissance, and redemption. He has shown that he has the capacity to change the Republican Party. He is not wedded to the lost and broken principles of some in the Republican Party. And so he will not be handcuffed by that. And by token of that, he will have the ability to reach out to Democrats and to independents and say, I can be a true compassionate conservative and bring governance to all people in this country at a real price and with real values. That is going to be his strength, and they'll have a hard time stopping him on those issues because he's so different.
Does populism, nationalism become a big part of modern day conservatism as a result of Trump's position? Larry?
No, not really, Sean. I hate to make things overly simple. It is still the economy stupid. Both the Bernie Sanders supporters and the Trump supporters are mad at the same thing. This has been the worst economic recovery in our lifetime. Obama will be the first president to preside over recovery where not 1 year we've had 3% GDP growth. People are upset. Their incomes are stagnant. They don't feel their futures are positive. They want some real change. They want the economy to do well. They want their paychecks to rise. That's why they're so upset. And Donald Trump has tapped right into that.
Yeah, you know what? Go back to those numbers. 60% feel betrayed by the Republican Party. 39% say it's economy and jobs. 57% very worried about the economy. And 83% believe we need an outsider. Peter Johnson Jr., Larry Elder, good to see you,
Sean.
Thank you.
Got it.
When we come back, we got more Hannity right after this break. Stay with us.
Meet Kyle. You name it. Dust, pollen,
and pet dander.
He's allergic to it.
Stanley Steamer is the first carpet cleaning service to be certified asthma and allergy friendly, eliminating an average of 94% of common household allergens like dust, pollen, and pet dander for a clean home.
Goodbye, Mr. Steamer.
Bye, Kyle.
Call now about our $99 carpet cleaning special.
Call 1-800-STEAMER. Stanley Steamer, your certified cleaner.
Every day, millions of women worldwide trust Tena with their bladder matters. Thanks to its triple protection, leaks, odor, and moisture, Tena lets you be you.
A message from the Pulaski Law Firm. A government study reports thousands of workers have been diagnosed with asbestos-related mesothelioma. To compensate those affected, asbestos trusts have been established with 30 initial title compensation going to court. Act now. Call 1-800-950-MESO for a free consultation. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, get the best care available. Then call us. Mesothelioma. Don't fight it alone.
Nexium 24 Hour is the #1 selling frequent heartburn brand in America.
I hope you like it spicy.
Get complete protection with the purple pill, the leader in frequent heartburn. That's Nexium level protection.
At Old Dominion, we see freight as a combination of products and customers. Every on-time arrival is backed by thousands of OD employees who make sure the millions of products we ship arrive without damages. Because OD employees treat customer service like our most important delivery. OD, helping the world keep promises.
Here's what we were thinking. What if you could get a mortgage on your phone? Wouldn't more people buy homes? And wouldn't those people need to fill their homes with household goods? And wouldn't the makers of those goods have phones from which they could easily secure mortgages of their own? Further stoking demand as our tidal wave of ownership floods the country with new homeowners who now must own other things. Anyway, that's what we were thinking.
More stay per roll.
Sit.
More sit per roll.
Watch me. Roll over. Whoops.
More who's training who per roll. Bounty is 2 times more absorbent. So 1 roll of Bounty can last longer than those bargain brands. So you get more life per roll. Bounty, the long-lasting, quicker picker-upper. And try Bounty napkins.
Every day, Fast Signs helps businesses with their visual communications. We ask the right questions, recommend smart solutions, and help you build your business. We're innovators, planners, and designers, and we're more than ready to help. To request a consultation, visit fastsigns.com.
Americans, 83% try to eat healthy, yet up to 90% fall short in getting key nutrients from food alone. Let's do more. Add One-A-Day Women's Gummies, complete with key nutrients we may need, plus it supports bone health with calcium and vitamin D. One-A-Day VitaCraves Gummies.
I used to love going out early in the morning with my watering can and clippers to enjoy my garden. Now things have changed. My angel helps me stay active and continue to do the things I enjoy at home.
I love to bring a smile to her face and know that I'm making a difference when she needs it most.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
All right, welcome back to Hannity. Now, if you're in Indianapolis, you want to see Greta and Donald Trump, it's GretaWired.com. Now, that's all the time we have left this evening, but let not your heart be troubled. My great friends at The 5 have a special midnight edition. They take it over from here. We'll see you back at 10 Eastern tomorrow night. Have a great night.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Kimberly Guilfoyle, Juan Williams, Eric Bullen, and Greg Gutfeld. It's midnight. We are not pumpkins in New York City, and this is The 5.
Fantastic dancing. That was so weird.
We had dancing, we have music. It's midnight. It's The 5. Thanks for joining us. It's a special late night edition of our show, The 5, on the battle for the East. It was a clean sweep for Donald Trump, winning all 5 states up for grabs: Pennsylvania, Maryland, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Delaware. Trump is now up to 927 delegates, which is only with 310 shy of the 1,237 needed to win the nomination outright. On the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton scored 4 out of 5 victories: Connecticut, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. Bernie Sanders' only victory tonight came in Rhode Island. The 2 primary frontrunners address supporters tonight. First up, Donald Trump.
We're going to have our country back. We're going to make America great again. And I just want to tell you, for the 5 states, I am so honored. This was, to me, our biggest night because it shows such diversity. So, thank you very much.
Trump went on to say he's the presumptive nominee and that Kasich and Cruz should drop out. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton outlined her vision for America during her victory speech.
Their approach is not going to build an America where we increase opportunity or decrease inequality. So instead of letting them take us backwards, we want America to be in the future business. That's why I want you to keep imagining a tomorrow where instead of building walls, we're breaking down barriers. We are making it more likely that Americans will be part of a prosperous, inclusive, decent society.
And there you have it, the 2 front runners, and they are likely the presumptive nominees. Now, all of us have had a chance to be on TV tonight, except for you, Greg, so why don't we give you the first shot?
Well, I couldn't be on TV because I had food poisoning. Spent a lot of time.
Oh, come on.
I just want to thank the makers of Imodium for allowing me to be here. We knew that Trump was going to do well. I don't think we expected him to do this well. His victory, I love his victory speech because it's always like, it's like the DVD director's commentary of everything that happened. So like, so you can catch up on, he gives you the update of everything in summary. And the tone was interesting. It wasn't like the previous tone. It was more like Nelson from The Simpsons going, ha ha, like, see, and then Hillary, I would say she's like fingernails on a chalkboard, but that's an insult to fingernails.
And chalkboards.
Yes. But they don't have
together. He not only did he win, Kimberly, the 5 states as he was expected to do, but he did win every county in those states. And so, and some of the margins were big, like 66%. I mean, very decisive.
Such a great point, because when you look at that, the margins do matter, right? Because it shows that these were decisive victories, that he had people come out to support him in huge numbers, and there's no way for anybody to diminish this. It's 5 swept. Boom. That's it.
Give me a chance.
Well, you know, I don't want you to overdo it given your weakened condition. But yeah, this is a big victory for him. You've got to have the momentum like this. And he certainly seemed like he was like rested, energized, didn't seem tired, seemed like he was on top of his game. And now he's got to be ready for a big fight in Indiana.
I was just going to say, this really sets up the next Tuesday night. I don't know if we're going to be here.
Why?
Let me guess.
I don't know. know, but next Tuesday night in Indiana, we could know a lot more. Like if Donald Trump is going to be able to get to the 1237, then there's no question of an open or contested convention. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I thought he was going to get to the 1237 all along. I think this momentum, this 5 state, New York, everyone said, oh, well, it's his home state. And yeah, it was his home state, but this is 5 states. I know it's the East, and I know he's strong in the East, but it's still resounding victories, 50 to 65% in some of these states. As you pointed out, every single county in all 5 of these states. I mean, that's a statement. At 5 o'clock, I asked you, what's it going to take to win? And a win in 5 states was a win, but what he did, he just showed that he really brought it. I think it's going to carry the momentum, but I think more importantly is there are about 150 delegates that are unbound right now that are floating around, that they can go, they say they're going to go some way. They don't really have to go until it goes to the convention. And if he goes in there with this kind of momentum, and let's say he's a couple short, I think he's going to get, but if he is a couple short, I don't think it's going to be hard to get him over the hump.
I don't know if I'd want to be one of those delegates or not. I think maybe not. But let me ask you something, Juan, because as decisive as Donald Trump's victory was tonight, the Democrats seem to be taking some comfort in the turnout numbers because Republicans typically don't win these 5 states in a general election, and that the Republican numbers weren't as, in terms of the numbers of people turning out to vote, that's just because there's more Democrats that live in those states. I'm trying to help you make a case for the Democrats tonight.
Well, we can talk about Hillary Clinton. She had a wonderful night. To finish off on the Republicans, though, I just want to say, big loser tonight. Everybody's talking about the big winner. Big loser, Ted Cruz. Why is Ted Cruz the big loser? Let me tell you something.
I was going to get to that.
Oh, did you jump ahead?
We can, because if we could call that up, we have Ted Cruz gave a speech tonight. He lost all 3. In fact, not only that, one of the things in the exit polls that we were talking about is Donald Trump, in, I don't know if it was every state, but certainly in a couple of the states, won very conservative voters. That is different because typically in most of the contests, Ted Cruz has won those. He tried to paint the front runners, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, as the same candidate. He was in Indiana. Take a look.
Donald and Hillary, they are flip sides of the same coin. Donald and Hillary both agree that our taxes should be increased. Donald and Hillary both support the Obamacare individual mandate. Donald and Hillary believe that illegal immigrants who are here should be able to become U.S. citizens. Trump and Hillary Clinton both support taxpayer funding for Planned Parenthood. Donald and Hillary care more about the PC police than they do about speaking the truth on basic common sense.
All right, so Juan, I'll let you continue commenting on Ted Cruz.
Well, to me, Donald Trump had such an amazing night because, as you know, I'm all about the delegate count. I just want to know how it's going to turn out. And guess what? I think there were 118 delegates available on the Republican side. So far, we know Donald Trump's won 105 of them. Now, that's way above what anybody in the Trump camp thought he was going to do tonight. It's possible that he actually goes up to 110. So that's incredible. Okay, now on to the Democrats. Let me just say, Hillary Clinton tonight looked more comfortable and in her own skin. I thought she had a terrific speech.
Yeah, she was better.
And what she did was, for real, to me, not only talk about the future as opposed to make America great again, as in going backwards. She talked about we want to focus on the future, and she reached out to Bernie Sanders folks. Bernie Sanders tonight looked like an afterthought. So if Ted Cruz is a loser tonight, I think Bernie Sanders now has to think about what's next for him. One final thought on the Republican side. All the anti-Trump energy now begins to talk about a third party. We saw this in a lot of blogs. There was an op-ed today in the Wall Street Journal talking about who could be a third party candidate. Who could come in? They can't have a white knight at the convention because the Trump people would go nuts. So could some Republican come in, kind of the contrary of what Trump was saying about Bernie Sanders should run as a third-party candidate, could some Republican run a third-party race?
Well, can I
love that point, right?
Well, no, the interesting thing is there's a possibility of 4, not 3. You could have Hillary and Bernie cleave, and you could have the Republican Party cleave into the presumptive nominee of Trump and a more conservative ideological party, the Conservative Party, which would put up somebody, let's say, like a Cruz. So you would actually have, and this means a plurality of would win the presidency, but maybe that's the most honest way to look at this country. Who knows? Because Sanders, on the left, is the soul of the left. And somebody said, if you look on the right, you might think, well, Trump's not the soul of conservatism. So you need to have one on each side. So you have 4.
But Sanders
you have 5 with the Libertarian.
Sanders tonight, Kimberly, put out a statement. And one of the things he said was, I think he's heading towards the concession, because one of the things he said here is that he's going to be going to the convention. He was very specific, and going to fight for a progressive party platform that calls for a $15 an hour minimum wage, an end to our disastrous trade policies, and a Medicare for all health care system. And then he talks about breaking up Wall Street financial institutions, sort of his laundry list of things. It seemed to me that he was saying, I know I'm not going to be able to get it, but I am going to ask for something at the convention.
Yeah, and this is his platform. That will be his movement. Maybe he's going to get some of that Clinton money, giving some speeches and going around, because yeah, he'll be a big force in the party. But let me tell you something, Democrats are going to play nice. They're good at this. They're going to get behind Hillary. He'll have some sway like he wants to have, and have a voice and have a movement. And this is like the best thing that he could have ever anticipated. To be perfectly honest, he has exceeded all expectations, including his own. And ultimately, only the Republican Party is going to lose if it shows up and it's just like, monster trucks crashing into each other at the convention. I think that's no bueno.
That would be fun.
So I guess, Eric, the suggestion from Trump for Bernie to run as a third party would be because it would help.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
Help Trump.
Liquidate
part of the deal.
Liquidate Hillary's vote. But he's very wisely picking up terms that Bernie Sanders has been using. He's looking for some of those Sanders voters who will not
a lot of people
vote for Hillary.
That's right, because a lot of people have said that my 2 choices are Trump or Sanders. And
outsiders, and he's the outsider.
But you realize that doesn't make any sense.
No, it really does, though. It's
but
anti-establishment.
You're talking.
If you want someone new and new blood coming.
Admit then it doesn't matter if it's left or right. There's no such thing as liberalism or conservatism outside Trump.
I've contended from the very beginning that the biggest draw of Donald Trump is not that he's so conservative, it's that he's the outsider.
But you're talking about Sanders is a socialist who's for reparations. So if you're for that and you're also for Trump, that means you have no principles.
Well, Sanders is outside the outsiders.
Yes.
That's what it is.
He's so outside, he's inside.
All right, and on that note, we're going to keep on talking about this up next. After getting defeated in all 5 primaries tonight, Ted Cruz placed blame on the media.
Boo.
Will this strategy help or hurt him? We discuss that next on this special midnight edition of The 5.
Everyone's getting sick.
Donald Trump, Greta Van Susteren, in a special town hall event. The frontrunner sounds off in a no-holds-barred sit-down you can't miss. Wednesday on The Record.
When you grow, create, and learn, our solutions help you make the most of your everyday life. That's why at BASF, we create chemistry.
2 yearly physicals down. Martha and Mildred are good to go. Here's your invoice, ladies. A few stops later and it looks like Big Ollie is on the mend. It might not seem that glamorous having an old pickup truck for an office or filling your days looking down the south end of a heifer, but I wouldn't have it any other way. But look at that. I had my best month ever and earned a shiny new office upgrade. I run on QuickBooks. That's how I own it.
Family road trip. Fun. Check engine. Not fun, but you've got Hum. That's like driving with this guy. All you do is press this, and in plain English, you'll know what's wrong. If you do need a mechanic, just press this.
Thank you for calling Hum.
And if you really need help, help will find you. Automatically. 24/7. Because you put this in here. Hum by Verizon. The technology designed to make your car smarter, safer, and more connected. Put some smarts in your car.
In New York State, we believe tomorrow starts today. All across the state, the economy is growing. With creative new business incentives, the lowest taxes in decades, and new infrastructure for a new generation. Attracting the talent and companies of tomorrow. Like in Rochester, with world-class photonics. And in Buffalo, where medicine meets the future. Let us help grow your companies tomorrow, today, at business.ny.gov.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle overnight relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and stool softeners for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
I've just arrived in Atlanta, and I can't wait to start telling people how switching to Geico could save them hundreds of dollars on car insurance. But first, me luggage. Oh, there it is. Excuse me, sir, I think you got the wrong bag.
Sorry, they all look alike, you know?
No worries. Well, car's here. I can't save people money chatting at the baggage claim all day.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
2016's next stop, Indiana. Luntz takes the pulse of primary voters, then guiding Trump. His foreign policy advisor shares exclusive insight with Megyn tomorrow.
Mommy, I need my nightlight. Okay. I'll get you nightlight.
Redefine what a family vacation can be. Celebrity Cruises, modern luxury lives here.
Looking for these? You drive Buzzed. It could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled
issue didn't work out.
That didn't work.
The big companies just said, hey, stop. But his hope was the evangelicals, right? Well, tonight, what does Donald Trump say in his remarks? Oh, gosh, don't forget what happened down south. Evangelicals saved me, boosted me, carried me. He saluted the evangelical community, and then tomorrow he's going to be with Bobby Knight, the great Indiana basketball coach. By the way, is it true, I didn't hear this, but everybody keeps telling me this, that Cruz tonight referred to the basketball hoop as a ring?
A ring.
Is this what he said?
A ring.
I'm saying nothing.
A ring.
Yeah, because if you do, you get beat up bad on Twitter.
But like I don't know a lot about sports, but also since I've messed up that read at the beginning, it's not easy always to talk.
All right, let's talk about this. It's been a hot topic of conversation this past week. Is Donald Trump going to start changing his tone on the campaign trail? Here's what he had to say about acting more presidential.
Why would I change? You know, if you have a football team and you're winning, and then you get to the Super Bowl, you don't change your quarterback, right? So I'm not changing. I may act differently, but my thought process is the same. You know, when I speak to a group of 10 people in a conference room, I'm not going to be speaking the same way I spoke in Pennsylvania yesterday to 25,000 people. It's a very different thing. Look, I'm not changing. You know, I went to the best schools. I'm like a very smart person.
So, Greg, I heard Corey Lewandowski, his campaign manager, on another network say, no, he's not going to change. He knows who he is.
I don't think he is going to change, and he's right. The more he wins, the more evidence he has that he shouldn't change. It's just how do you deal in the general election to win over people who think you're a jerk, the people who aren't voting for him? Can he be himself and still get people who don't like him to vote for him? I mean, when you say, I don't know a lot of smart people that go around telling people that I'm a smart person, but that's what he does. Or I don't get people going around telling him I've gone to the best schools. But that's him. He's not going to change.
Dana, Donald Trump is going to put out a series of policy speeches coming up going forward, starting, I believe, tomorrow.
Tomorrow in Washington.
Is that enough change?
I think that will be welcome. Is it enough change? I've been saying I don't think he necessarily needs to change. I mean, his unfavorables are baked in, and there are people the strong conservatives are probably, when they say never Trump, I think that they mean it. So he might just have to figure out a way to, how do you make that up by figuring out if you can try to find enough Democrats to come over and vote for you. But there are going to be people who are turned off by him and that are not going to vote for him. So maybe some policy speeches can help for those who think, his depth of policy knowledge is so weak that I can't vote for him. Like if you look at the Washington Post editorial board that he did, that transcript was troubling to people who think, my gosh, he doesn't have enough depth. So tomorrow, you know, he had to change the venue because it needed to have a bigger venue. It's going to be at the Mayflower Hotel. I'm willing. I have an open mind.
Do that, do policy speeches, try and, reach out to the conservatives, tell them who your Supreme Court nominee, are going to be, the 10 people you would consider, who you'd pick for VP, lay it out there so people feel at least there's comfort and safety in those that'll be directly around him.
You're winning big. Why change the playbook?
Well, I mean, because the argument is that he can't win in the general election. He's trying to make the case that, yes, he can win. I think Cruz is now tired. I don't think it's not convincing to me to hear Cruz say, oh, I can win and Donald's can't, and Donald's running, Hillary is running mate and all that stuff. It's not ringing troops. But Donald has to do something to convince folks he really can win.
All right, we got to go. You heard Donald Trump call himself the Republican nominee after tonight's wins. Campaign Carl was at his rally tonight. He's up next. He'll join us at this table and give us the inside scoop on what the buzz is behind the scenes.
The show is Money Monster. You're wondering, should I sell? Get some balls!
Who's that guy on camera 2?
These stock market clowns stole $800 million. I lost everything I got. My thumb comes off this trigger, we all explode.
On May 13th, I get some answers. 3 people
Find out anything you can.
will risk everything. You have no idea how high this goes to solve the crime.
Oh my God.
Take the shot! Don't!
Money Monster, rated R.
If you drive a personal car for work and don't track your business miles, you could be losing thousands of dollars, unless you have MileIQ. It's the app that automatically detects and logs all of your business miles so you get a great deduction or reimbursement. MileIQ provides comprehensive reporting that shows you how much you save with each drive. The average MileIQ subscriber deducts $547 a month. That's more than $6,500 a year. So take control. Download it for free and join the millions of drivers who trust MileIQ.
Yes, we are twins. When I went onto Ancestry, I just put in the name of my parents and my grandparents, and I was getting all these leaves, and I was going back generation after generation. You start to see documents, and you see signatures of people that you've never met. I mean, you don't know these people, but you feel like you do. You get connected to them. I wish that I could get into a time machine and go back 100 years, 200 years, and just meet these people. Being on Ancestry, it just made me feel like I belonged somewhere.
Discover your story. Start searching for free now at Ancestry.com.
How fast is it? Plenty fast. It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow,
it's how well you mow fast. It's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast.
Even if it doesn't catch on, doesn't mean it's not true. The John Deere Z-Track Z535M with our re-engineered deck to mow faster, better. To find out more about the Excel Deep Mower Deck, go to johndeere.com/mowwellfast.
I would like to go to cooking school in Tuscany with my mom.
I want to open a microbrewery.
Own a drop top and drive it on a Sunday with my wife.
With AmeriVest portfolios, you don't spend hours sweating over research. Instead, you get a professionally managed portfolio that helps you pursue your goals automatically.
Very much looking forward to working for myself, being my own boss.
Plus, advanced technology that can help match you to an appropriate portfolio. One designed for where you are now and where you want to be in the future. AmeriVest also allocates, monitors, and rebalances the portfolios, so investing is easier.
It's important to have financial security, especially at this time of my life, and not only for myself, but for my children and grandchildren.
And we believe if you're invested, we are too, so it's backed by AmeriVest's fee rebate offer. If the portfolio model you're invested in experiences 2 consecutive quarters of negative performance, AmeriVest will pay back every penny of your advisory fees for those quarters. Start investing in the things that matter most. Call 866-295-0920 to schedule a free, no-obligation consultation with a TD Ameritrade investment consultant right now.
The most important thing to me is that my daughter has her college education taken care of.
Call 866-295-0920 to schedule your free consultation. Find the AmeriVest portfolio that works for you. Call 866-295-0920 to schedule your free consultation right now.
We're not telling you how to use your garage.
I'm bored.
But you could fill it with awesome products from the Honda Dream Garage sales event, like the Odyssey or the Restyled Accord. They're a 2015 IIHS Top Safety Pick with standard rear view camera.
Thank you.
Get moving to your Honda dealer. You've got a garage to fill. Get a great deal at the Honda Dream Garage sales event. Now at your Honda dealer.
It was a big night for GOP frontrunner Donald Trump, sweeping all 5 Republican primaries tonight. Campaign Carl was at Trump Tower for all of the excitement. Carl, thank you for hustling back here and joining us again.
Twice in one day.
I like it. I like it. That's what happens when you're good. You get asked back.
Big night for Donald Trump. He was clearly psyched. All of his staffers, the old guard and the new guard, were mulling around working the crowd. They didn't expect it to go over 100 delegates. Mm-hmm. They are pretty impressed with themselves. Mm-hmm. And it's very clear when Trump says, I am now the presumptive nominee, he's made the turn to Hillary Clinton. And he actually said that my question was a really good question. They didn't answer it. What was it? It was the one about if you're, you've always talked about if you're being treated unfairly, you like to litigate, you like to sue. And if they take away your nomination at the end of this, will you sue the Republican Party? And he went for 7 minutes and he never answered it, which to me tells me he's keeping open the door to suing if he has to.
I have a question about the press conference because, I love a press conference. So Donald Trump, one of the things that they've done so well is the staging of events and the rally and the way it looks and it feels, but the sound. Can you give them can you just let them know if they're going to take questions from the press, they have to mic the press?
Well, we talked about this earlier today, actually, about how the Trump campaign desperately needed horses. They needed more bodies out there to deal with stuff. And it was clear tonight that we were overcrowded. The press we were in each other's clothing almost. We were just on top of each other. Delightful. Yeah. And
that's Chuck Todd.
And as a consequence of it, the audio was a problem. They normally under these circumstances, they would have a boom mic or a wireless mic that we can all talk to the PA so that the candidate can hear us and the audience can hear us. didn't happen very smoothly tonight. Trump stuck mostly to the front row, people that he knows, those of us who've been covering him day in and day out. And it's not getting to the rest of the press, and it's not even getting to the public. When you have a big night like this and the first 6 or 7 minutes of his speech isn't heard because the audio is screwed up, and it wasn't the media. That was part of the setup problem. That's the kind of thing why they need more bodies to correct those problems, because those things will be disastrous down the road.
Bowling, your question?
Carl, Donald Trump got Ben Carson, Chris Christie, we see him there, Jeff Sessions, and there's been a while since anyone kind of got back behind him. Do you think this win or this series of wins will get people to, some of the bigger names to come back and start to endorse him?
There is no question that the establishment Republicans in Washington, the guys on Capitol Hill, the men and women, are slowly rethinking their opposition to Trump. There is a steady trickle of establishment Republicans who months ago were never going to back him, who are now doing outreach. Their staff are now talking to his staff. So there's a warming going on. But this is what happens when the snowball's rolling down the hill and he's an avalanche.
Right.
Juan?
Well, it just strikes me in watching Donald Trump tonight, I kept thinking to myself, well, everybody's talking about Indiana, but he says he's going there tomorrow with Bobby Knight. It looks to me like there's no stopping him now. I mean, is that the assumption that Indiana's not going to be a problem?
It's still a conservative party. Yes, Trump is winning with outsiders, and yes, tonight he won even with the most conservative voters. But the most conservative voters on the East Coast don't compare to the most conservative voters in Indiana. This is the state where Mike Pence took on a religious liberty argument and then backed away and got slammed by the Republicans in his own state for having backed away from it. And that is the card that Cruz is going to continue to play. Whether it's the North Carolina transgender bathrooms, whether it's Trump's vacillation on abortion rights, all of these issues go right to the core of the culturally conservative, social conservative in the Republican Party, and they're big in Indiana. Cruz has to win it. If he doesn't, he can't clinch. If he doesn't win and Trump were to win it, Trump will clinch before the nomination, before the convention. And of course, all of this is conjecture because we've all been sort of predicting this, that in the end it's going to be California that's decisive. And this is a state that hasn't been decisive in Republican parties, since Reagan.
Pretty much ever. Yeah, but so if it's ride or die, basically, what does the Trump campaign have to do to win, to ensure victory over the Cruz people?
Well, I mean, the tone of the alliance is kind of contradicted between Kasich and Trump because they keep on taking shots at each other. And Trump's rhetoric will change to say, hey, listen, folks, you can't trust these guys. They're ganging up on me, and they don't even trust each other. What does it say about Cruz and Kasich as candidates if as aligned conspirers to take down Trump, they're knifing each other at the same time? Trump's going to make that point over and over and over again, and it'll continue to erode the credibility of the alliance between Kasich and Trump.
Craig, something thoughtful?
Kasich and Cruz.
I will try. David Brock, a couple weeks ago, was at some talk and was bragging about all this opposition research he has on Trump.
Correct the record, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that's real, and do you think it actually matters? Because this seems like Trump is, in my view, a lot like Obama. He has an immune bubble.
Sure.
And it seems like nothing really is, like, if some of the stuff that Trump has already said, whether it's about McCain or whatever, doesn't stick, what kind of opposition research is?
Well, in every single presidential campaign, the wet work of the Republican and the Democratic parties is the stuff about who's had affairs, who's got dirty little secrets locked in closets. And they used to pass this stuff around in the envelopes that they would slip under our hotel room doors at 1 o'clock in the morning, like we didn't know what campaign it was giving.
That wasn't me.
Now they're talking about it openly. The New York Times has hundreds of investigators pawing through everything they can possibly find about Donald Trump, going through records all over the country. Several of my colleagues in the press, won't name them or their outfits, say that their outfits have stories lined up about Trump, lined up about his divorces, lined up about his wife. All of these things could come out at any time, they say, and yet they don't. So a lot of this may be a lot of noise.
Hyperbole.
But Trump's argument is, if I have a plurality and a really dispositive gap between myself and Kasich, then I ought to have Kasich and Cruz. The flip side is, Kasich and Cruz combined, depending on what happens in Indiana and the last few states, their combined